It's more just so you know how to react to something, probably.
Yeah, because this is me saying, like, don't stop praying, don't stop trying.
Don't stop believing.
But for those of you who do frequently, you're going to notice, as of today, like, when you wake up, there is an incredible absence. Like, anyone who's been DM'd in the past, like, you kind of get the feeling that they're listening. There's just nothing. It's all gone. It's completely silent.
And
there will be no answers to your prayers.
And that's regardless of who it is.
Yes, it doesn't matter who it is.
Is it Celestine's end goal it is?
Yes, all of them. All of the above.
Any remotely deietic figure.
Okay. Any questions regarding that, Jack?
So it's just an overwhelming feeling of there is like no contact going on or possibility.
There's nothing.
Like you can physically almost feel it just going into the void, practically.
This silly whimsical ass music.
That's how I feel already.
So we just like
No.
somewhat a mon question, but maybe these people care about.
How else am I gonna beat Lawson? I need to beat his ass.
I go fucking the Fair in the Woods from Skyward Sword. It's like,
oh my god. I guess you're gonna have to go to Ordo.
Praying, you can definitely still click it. I highly recommend you still do.
Once
again, this is not me saying like stop praying. Continue,
Okay.
like do what your characters.
You'll
do,
never
but
know
also
if anything
know that
changes
There's
if you
silence,
don't
and there
do
is a
it.
reason.
There's a prayer
Wolfie, you had a
button.
question.
Yeah, so a lot of the Astrea spells come from his prayers. I know magic doesn't necessarily work like that, but can we roleplay that like it's getting harder to do spells if you use prayer in them?
Isn't like if you what's the word?
you're
When
not
you,
actually a cleric, so it's not really so much about the connection to your god, unless like.
If that shakes your faith any,
That's where the
maybe.
power is.
It's the act of
If you use
believing.
divine magic, then yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You have to
If it
believe
shakes my
magic, kind of. So if that doesn't happen now, then.
Believe in yourself.
But like mechanically,
if
there
you're
would be
having
an
doubts
impact.
or whatever.
Yeah.
What was it? Oh, was
I
it
don't know if I can play into it a
you had
little
this
bit more.
feeling?
Yeah, it's when you
Okay.
open your eyes in character today and going forward until otherwise stated, which is why I want to encourage you to keep trying and keep pressing the pray button.
You're gonna get that a lot.
Let's go.
That's fine.
Now we're
That's
like-
what I'm here.
You're gonna get that a
That's
lot.
why it was added.
I mean, it's probably. I think we're gonna figure it out first, just from like the wait.
There
Like
is
what?
It's on site. It's on fucking site.
On site. On site.
We're gonna
On
be
site.
spamming the fuck out of DMs.
Yeah.
So, has your character been in the library every night?
Oh no.
Only the first night, maybe the second, but not tonight.
Yeah.
Into today, I'll be in my room.
Not
So we're in
tonight.
the airship. It's been like
Okay.
4 days since we
Then we go back.
Would you
guess we
need?
go back.
Yeah. It was only probably
might not be
yeah.
in there.
Yesterday was the
Yeah.
fourth thing. Okay, got it.
Anyways, I'm going to my room though. Silence of the Lambs. Voices and EP voices are fucking gone. Apparently all gods just decided to fuck off. That makes things even more concerning than it... That's actually more alarming than if it was just the voices. I didn't know it was all gods. Well, Barrett and Sunny aren't here right now. Why is it so quiet? Wait. Hello? Any of you? Huh? That's still there, and I'm still. I didn't interact with that orb any, and what? This doesn't make any sense. Weird. You'll ask Riley if it's like up for them too. I need to get this trimmed sometime. It's getting really ratty.
Look, if there's no captain's mate today, we should have a chat later with Malik. Rowan is feeling sick.
Sure.
Okay.
And over there?
Here, not there.
They're just existing. As they
In the
said.
table?
That's what I was confused about.
They are.
People
Fucking
clamoring for
rat.
breakfast today.
They are vibing, as they say.
I know, I need to go.
Vibing.
Oh no, I've taught them a word.
Oh,
Riley?
no, what have you told
Yeah,
them?
they pick up quick.
Vibing.
Huh?
Morning.
Good morning.
No.
Just, not sure. Are they quiet too? I didn't hear
Yes, and it's great.
Okay, just making sure it wasn't just me.
No.
Okay, well, that's...
I've had the best night of sleep I've had in a while, so it's nice.
Yeah, it's just the last time this happened, bad things followed, so that's not comforting.
Yeah.
I slept good. Did you sleep good?
Oh! Yeah, it is. Did you?
Yeah. How you taken to sleeping when it's in flight? Sorry, I just looked over the edge.
Oh my god!
Please do not make that noise when you're right by the edge. I almost thought you were actually falling.
No,
I was eating at first, but as long as I, like, I don't know, hold onto a pillow or something while I sleep, I'm pretty okay. I'm getting used to it.
That's fair.
It's mostly nice when it's not super windy, because sometimes it causes a bit turbulence up here. Not a fan of that.
I don't know what turbulence means. Can you elaborate?
You know, like
Shaky.
whenever, like when it's been extra shaky to the point like you almost can't keep your balance. That.
Oh, okay. The earthquake in the air. Got it.
Yeah, the air earthquake.
Yeah, that's actually a good term for it.
Well, at least we got.
I'm not even gonna say anything weird about this. Just that makes sense.
Okay.
It's like the blizzard's gone.
Okay.
Give it.
Make everything
I was gonna say, give it time. There'll probably be another one. We're in the north still.
I'd rather not.
I'm gonna do a quick stretch in this room.
Oh, okay. That's where all of you've been.
It'll be very interesting when some of these people think that they can have the advantage only because of magic. It's definitely going to be very interesting to see some of those faces. Good to have you.
Yeah.
You sleep okay?
Yeah, and part of the reason why is a little worrisome given what happened last time this occurred. They are all dead silent. I do not hear any of them right now.
Oh, I thought. Well, I was like, well, this is a library. Normally people are quiet in here, aren't they?
No.
But then I realized what you meant.
All those voices are usually constantly talking. They're not like doing that
Even if you
thing where
call
they're
out for
kind of...
them?
Yes, just because I was thinking I was getting messed with or something. Last time it was just a matter of they were there, but they were kind of ignoring people and talking amongst themselves. They are gone. Completely.
Dead silent? Nothing?
Yes.
No one's home?
And... that does not leave me with a comfortable feeling, because the last time that happened, well, even remotely in the same way, was shortly before the moon exploded.
Well, maybe they're thinking of a better way to explain what might be happening, or maybe they're just in a bad mood, or maybe they ate something.
I don't think that's how that works, Sonny, but... I mean, I'll take the optimistic route, I guess, just, you know, after the most recent things, I'm not too confident in the, you know, simple, comforting answer being the, well, reality.
May I a question?
Go.
I don't mean to intrude over much.
No, you're fine.
How long before the moon?
Let me try to remember. It was a longer period. Maybe about a month or so, if I remember correctly, they suddenly would start. It was almost like they were deliberately making it known that they had some big thing that they were excited about and muttering about. It was like, imagine a group of people across the room whispering to each other, looking over at you, and then just giggling and going back to talking. That's how it felt the entire time.
They're talking shit?
Yeah.
Is it like this now?
No. Like, they're like... It just feels empty. Nothing. Like, I don't feel anything. I don't feel like there's, like, some sort of, like they're all, like, hiding somewhere and there's, like, eyes on the back of my head or anything. They're just gone. And nothing has happened that would otherwise explain it other than something that is beyond our sight. And...
I wonder if they're okay.
Rayleigh said the same thing, and I can only presume that means the same thing for Helma.
Should we
Oh,
check in with
it
them
is.
and ask for...
I asked Helma if it was the same for them, and they said yes. I have not...
What about Blake?
I have not seen him
Has
around,
Blake
but
heard
I
anything?
haven't seen him around, but I presume it's probably the same for him.
Well, if it's 3 out of 4, yeah.
They've never been silent before, but they've been different before.
They've been silent once, but it was a much more explainable reason, and it was Jordan's direct intervention, and that only lasted a day. Unless something has happened that I was not aware of in that regard, this is not the case this time.
Hello. Hello, Nania.
And I mean, if it was the others in that regard, it would make more sense, but last I checked, I don't think they would have any reason to
You're right.
do anything nice for
You
me.
haven't heard of any dreamers?
You are seeing something if you are.
Not that I've seen or heard today. Granted, I have not exactly been going around asking anybody about dreams, but usually they're at least a little forthcoming with somebody.
Do you know if there's a captain's meeting today? We might find out there.
I don't know there to be one, but
Yes.
it doesn't mean there isn't.
What do you need?
I'll check with Malik.
Unless they have one to try to figure out logistics for when we land in Houston. I don't know what they would really be able to talk about that hasn't been
With
talked
the
about.
captains, or just living his life?
Living his life. Just letting you know where he is.
Gotcha. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm guessing you weren't excited to hear about that.
Rowan's sick, so you can come see Mouse.
Why would I?
Okay.
I'm
If
very
there's no
excited to meet
meeting,
my
then
competent
I'll
father
check in
again.
with the teams individually. See if anyone's heard anything.
I see. Forgive the assumption, I wasn't, sure how you'd feel being away from home this long.
Aliens' voices are quiet all of a sudden.
It's going to be interesting seeing how everybody's going to be judged by my father's eye.
Something's about to happen.
Maybe.
It's not a good sign, is the main
What am
thing.
I going to do if I did? There's not much else I can do. I can just look at
By the
them and
way,
see if they're worse or not.
this is kind of getting
Just if there's
really
any changes.
ratty lately.
I doubt
You
it,
said that
given
you
it's
were
all of them.
you've done your siblings' hair
Yeah,
before, right?
just
Would you
the change.
be willing to try to
I
clean
can-
this
I
up a little
can-
bit?
I
It's
can. It doesn't matter.
gotten
That's
way out
perfect.
of
Sure.
hand.
Decision. I just figured I would ask.
I don't mind at all.
I'll-
I can go get me
I'll-
scissors.
I'm
We'll be right
not
back,
one
okay?
of the other captains.
Thanks.
What the?
This might be the whole.
I can.
It's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
They're the one that.
Any of them that you might have looked at, I suppose. It might be nothing.
I'm hoping
Could
it's
be
nothing.
It could be something. If it is something, I can just look at it and go, "Oh, that's weird." Not so much I can do.
That's a mindset to have, I guess.
Yeah, sure it is.
It's unfortunate Rowan is sick today.
It is unfortunate. There's a couple of things I wanted to talk to him about, but those things have to.
There's something I was going to want to talk to him about later. I need to talk to someone else first, but
What is that about?
I'll let the rest of the team know when it's actually figured out, but I'll tell you when Sonny gets back.
Okay. You say so, dear. Means.
Yeah.
I am worried for the initiative.
In what way? There's plenty of reasons to be.
There are a couple people in this initiative. Well, I can safely say that my father would have zero problems with them being around. But a lot of people in this initiative have shown themselves to be volatile and opinionated. I have a worry that if we're going to show up at Halston, and again, even if we are asking for the right of hospitality, which my father will accept, it's more about what happens afterwards that I'm worried about. In the end, I
That
feel like some
people are
people,
going to-
specifically with how my father and my clan is, that they're going to just take
Blow
it for
the
granted.
hospitality and
No. People are smart enough, especially after the last one, they're not going to blow the fact that there's going to be, like, the rite of hospitality happening. It's more the aspect of, as soon as the hospitality is over. With the other clan, we had, We had the magical advantage. We had the understanding of, again, even if they are capable fighters, we still overall, with power, have the advantage in our initiative. This won't be the case in Halston.
Yeah.
We are literally going into the lion's den. If anybody fucks up, if we are putting it so on the line that the entirety of the initiative gets called out by my father, or any of the likes...
Yeah, I don't envy your position here. Which way would you prefer me to face?
You can face towards the table.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do... are we going... How short are we going?
Just... Not as long as it is. I need... The ends have gone really split over, well, a while, so some length is probably going to need to be cut, but while you're doing it, if you want to play with it a little bit, because it's mostly always just laying flat, I mean, I trust you.
Are we thinking about a ponytail, or like standing style bangs? Or
No,
like...
I mean, leave enough that if I want to, I could put it up, I guess. I've never really tried it before, but this length has not really been conducive to that.
Understood. Okay, I'll start getting the dead ends first, and then I'll see how much length you actually want, okay?
Okay. Okay, well, now that we're all here, I intend to be having a conversation with Yorl later. There's some things I need to talk about with him. Some work-related, but I don't want this to be taken the wrong way because it's not about you guys. I don't feel comfortable on this team anymore. So I'm going to be asking him if I can take a place of Aqua. It was an offer given to me by one of them when, well, everything with Scorn happened.
So you're leaving?
Swapping teams.
Assuming they say yes.
I see.
Listen.
Right.
Every time things have happened on this team, it has always somehow come back to be something about it being somehow my fault, even if I did nothing. And now I'm in a position where there is literally somebody who cannot stand to be around me for reasons that I have no control over. And it's been just slight after slight by people, to the point I can't take it anymore. If I'm gonna be seen as the problem, then the most efficient way to solve the problem is to not be the problem anymore. And if it keeps happening then, well then I guess they were wrong about everything, and I can live my life freely.
What makes you think? What makes you think that you are the problem?
Simply put, anytime something bad has happened, as of late, every eye always seems to point towards me. Doesn't matter what I've done, doesn't matter if I've had any, involvement in it. According to probably more than just, the one who is mostly the problem for it. Helma. They even think that it's my fault Scorn is dead. It's easy to blame me for everything.
Okay. Then I ask you this. Did they give you a reason, or did they just have shocked shouts coming towards you?
Because I tried to be vulnerable for just one moment. Explain how I felt about things from where I stood, and why I was confused by the dissonance. Instead, it gets taken as gloating. Instead, I can never explain my side of anything. I can never do anything without it somehow being taken as a slight against other people in this team. Half the time I only feel tolerated by the other half of the team.
Do you think it'd be better over in Aqua? You think you'd feel safer?
They're the only team that doesn't have somebody that has openly threatened me over the last few weeks. At least that have openings.
I suppose so. Are you sure you want to go?
It would be better for the team if there's not a situation where you're having to worry if there are two members who are minutes away from being at each other's necks faster than anyone can intervene.
But wouldn't it be the same no matter where you went? People always blame you no matter what. I mean, what? How is this your fault?
I should have been more rougher with everybody. The entire time I've been trying my best to be comfortable, supportive, and overall at least accepting of other people when it comes to this entire matter. It's starting to reach the point where people are blaming each other for stupidities that are not even their faults. You are not at fault for Scorn's death. It's very obvious. The person to blame for it is Raina here. Everything that I've heard, and I understand your connection with her. I understand. I'm not pointing fingers at you. But this is clearly just someone who is literally the equivalent of somebody, as I've talked with Helma, of having the equivalent of a parent, a family member. Someone, for Helma, seeing Scorn and everything that's happened, would be probably the same situation as if you would see Sunny or me dead in front of you. I can understand them, yes, but the way that they treated you, I should have been there. I should have said something. I was busy being in bed relaxing after having whatever the fuck was happening with me. In the meanwhile, one of my partners is having a fucking crisis because of two people who can't keep their fucking mouth shut.
This has been building up far longer than that. It's been building since Norendel. Since practically when you got here. It's just... At this point, with how much it's just added up, I don't want it to be a matter of having to threaten other people to behave themselves in order to feel safe. I just want to feel safe on virtue that I can be around people without having to worry that if something bad happens in their life that they're not going to turn and snap at me, assuming that I had something to do with it just because some gods are playing favorites with me and I don't even know why they care so much.
They don't make sense. Excuse me, I'm gonna start getting different a little bit. Rolling that out.
Like I said,
I don't want you to go.
It's not about you guys. It's never been about you guys.
I think this is a bad decision, Céline. I'm gonna be very blunt with you. The reason for that specifically is that if anything happens, if anything goes on or anything goes wrong, we are immediately there. Me and Sunny are both there to immediately help you. What happens in Aqua? Something happens and people just completely do not know what they're doing, start freaking out and you get hurt. We don't want that to happen.
They don't know how bad your situation is, and we're the ones who've got the most experience with it, so it might not be safe.
The one who even opened a door was there and understood faster than anyone else ever has. Because they actually just listened without having to make assumptions about the reason for why I felt the way I did.
Who, Lothario? Well, Lothario's a very emotionally conscious person and a little bit more understanding than most people in this institute. They don't jump to conclusions and they actually try to understand the situation. So of course you feel that way, but can they protect you?
Quite honestly, if it's coming to the point where I have to worry about who can or can't protect me from everyone else, I shouldn't even fucking be here.
Where would you go?
I don't know.
You know yourself that you don't want to be out there anymore.
I'm aware of that, but do you see the bind I'm in when it comes to the fact that I have to choose between feeling unsafe here or feeling unsafe out there?
And even before this entire thing happened with Scorn, we were making progress. People started understanding and it's starting to move forward. To me,
and
this
it
entire
spiraled
situation...
back every step, if not further, because I'm here.
Because of misunderstanding, Céline.
Oh, there's no misunderstanding.
It's not even just misunderstanding.
They have their beliefs about anything to do with me. That's not going to change, no matter what you tell them.
You said yourself that they thought you were gloating, even though I know you well enough, you're not one to gloat over somebody losing their god. This is entirely based on people just misunderstanding what's happening because of a panicked situation, and now this entire thing is exploding again.
And quite honestly,
nobody's at fault here.
Enough is enough.
You're not at fault. Helma's not at fault.
I don't need to wait until the next time somebody has a misunderstanding or decides that they want to have a bad day and take it out on me. This isn't the first time. This is even the second time. It's been time and time again that I've just been the team's punching bag whenever they have something bad happening.
Céline, I understand, and I'm sorry you feel this way. I see it myself that this keeps on fucking happening, but it's why I'm trying my best to get this shit in gear so it doesn't happen again. It's one of the main reasons why I even reached out to become captain. To put an end to this, so we can openly talk about it. People just keep on, something happens, then people overreact.
This wouldn't change.
I've told you, Helma overreacted. You think it wouldn't change?
They're still going to do it regardless of who's in charge. It's just their nature.
If you haven't noticed, a lot of people here don't exactly respect authority.
Yeah, if anything, they actively resent it.
And that's exactly why I told Talia that if we're gonna end up in Halston, and people are gonna have the same fucking attitude that they're gonna have on this ship, we're gonna have dead in the initiative. And we're not gonna do anything about it, but besides that, make body bags and make graves. I know for a fact you're not gonna be that person, because I know you're smarter than that, Céline. But I'm worried about the fact that we're on our way to my stupid fucking home with my fucking father waiting there for me. And you've seen people. We're gonna go there. I'm estimating that by the end of all of this, if we're staying that fucking long there, minimum 5 people.
Yeah.
Céline, I'm done.
Got it.
Look,
Do you have a tie?
Yeah, here, I'll get it. Here.
I want to see.
Set it up for you.
Feels.
There you go. Is that better?
The only thing we can hope for is the fact that we still have potentially people of Ordo there.
Given what Ordo has done, and it depends on how high up the chain they are, that might be as much of a bad thing as it is a good thing.
How does she look?
Here I am completely lost myself, but you look lovely, dear.
Thanks.
I do think it actually suits you.
Feels at least a little bit more comfortable.
Your migraines are definitely gonna go down, because the weight of hair can really pull you back.
I think the most source of migraines is the fact that I am constantly in an auditorium full of people. Other than,
One less source, then.
Other than, I guess, today, but that's another matter in itself.
It's also one of the main reasons, that auditorium is again one of the reasons why I think that this entire situation, we are having factors that are causing stress on every single front. You have the problem with all the voices, everything that's happening. Helma had the entire situation of having their god essentially die in front of them. Look, as I said, Céline, I think this is still a bad decision. But I love you, and I'm going to support you. If you wish to take that step and say, Lumen might not be the team for you anymore, so be it.
For what it matters, it's not like it was the easiest choice to make. It wasn't like a gut reaction. I've been anguishing over it for the past 3 days, in fact.
Sorry.
Because on one hand, I'd get away, be at least separated from a lot of the sources of the reasons why I don't feel safe, but I'd also be separated from a lot of the reasons that I do.
Hello. Barrett, I really need to talk to you.
Is everything okay?
You
No?
can wait. You can wait. For whenever you're available.
Give me 10 minutes.
Sensitive, so...
Need
I'll
me
be there
for
in 10.
anything, Jackson?
Okay. What?
Need me for anything?
The generator's done. It's good to know, I guess.
Yeah. I guess it is. Of course it would be.
So
I
I
locked
know
myself in that room
we're
for
talking about the
3 days.
we're talking about the really big things, but I'd also like to talk about the slightly smaller thing. What are we gonna do about seeing each other? You know how it goes in this initiative. We hardly see any of the other teams when we need to.
I mean...
We hardly see each other on our own team.
That's... Seeing each other on our own team, that's more of a... That's as much my fault as it is everyone else's, because they are wanting to stick to themselves. Obviously can't do anything about if, you know, they don't put our teams together for an assignment or something, but... That doesn't mean that I'm going to just disappear. I'm not going to... If anything, it's going to mean that I'm going to have to actually try harder to show you that I actually care about you guys. Because half the time I'm really shit at that, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I know everybody's got their own pace they gotta walk at. So take your time, okay?
But...
I'm not mad or anything, I'm just scared.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better... It's not like I don't feel scared myself, and I know that... I know this is going to sound really hypocritical with, you know, going through with it anyways, but I'm sure that probably one day I'm going to regret it. If not already.
Maybe. If you're happier there, then I won't stop you, but promise you'll visit.
Of course. I wanted to tell you guys first before I even went to talk to him to even see if he would even say yes, because there is the entire possibility that they could just be like, no, you're too much of a liability, and leave it at that. The door would be shut, and then, you know, all this would have been for nothing, and now it's just, you know, sadness. But if they had said yes, I don't want that to be how you find out when I've already made the arrangements.
I understand.
It's because you guys are the reason that I actually liked being on this team. But this isn't the team that I originally joined. Not right now.
When is it ever a team that people originally joined? People said the same thing when they previously left. They were the next in line.
Yeah, and last time they said it was because of me.
Onto history.
If I may, in regards to that situation, I don't think she would ever really been happy anywhere. She's always got something going on in her, and that's
well,
her own thing.
Whether or not it's justified or fair, it was another thing that added to the list of when something's going wrong, it's easy to just use my situation to deflect blame off of themselves.
It's easier to pick on somebody they know is actively struggling and having a hard time.
I'm aware.
It's easy to pick on somebody who they don't understand or care to get to know. So of course they pick on you, and of course they don't care to actually talk to you. We've been over this. There's a severe lack of maturity in this institute.
Exactly that. People don't
To be fair,
take the moment to
we're
get
all
to know
early.
you.
A good handful of us are early 20-something-year-olds, or even just getting out of being a teenager. So of course,
regardless,
we're kind of stuck in the youth brain, if you will.
Outside of maybe Ivy, and it's mostly just on account of not really having any good opportunity to have a prolonged interaction with the guy, but not having any negative ones either. I do get along with all of them. Half of them are people that I have had to work with, and I mean, one of them is someone that I literally have to carry a secret to my grave with about not letting that stuff get out there, and so I trust him with my life. Because if literally we're in the same boat together, if we share stuff, we're pretty much going to get fucked over.
You're right. Have you? So we're the first to know about your decision, then?
You are.
Would you like to talk to our captain, or do you want to talk to Yoro first? What's the plan?
Rowan's feeling sick today, so as far as I'm concerned right now, he is the captain. The next one to know is the one that I need to talk to next, so I'm gonna go look for him.
Go for it.
Good
Yeah,
luck.
it's your choice.
Don't forget, Jackson's looking for you.
We'll do.
In a bit, there's going to be an alarm for a meeting in the mess hall. We're hoping to go over everyone's experiences with the Celestines and make sure everyone is heard.
Okay. Got it.
Are you are you okay?
Not particularly, but I can manage. Just had a not great conversation. Rough subject.
Okay, yeah,
I think
earlier
he could be in the Aether lab. I don't know exactly where. I know he's
at the meeting,
From what I know, Mr. Wayne's trying to start his well.
I know that you have had a different experience compared to everyone
I'm
else.
sorry, but I'm not talking about
so
that in a group of people after what happened last time I tried to.
well, yeah.
I'd rather it not
Well,
be
well,
taken
well,
as
well,
gloating
well,
again.
No. Well, what this meeting and what we're aiming for is a completely neutral conversation. Anybody that tries to start any fights during this will be escorted out of the room.
Try and talk to the one.
I'll be present, but I can't promise I'm gonna feel comfortable enough to speak up.
Okay. Did you mind if I speak up on your behalf about the things that you have told me?
All hands meeting, like.
I suppose. I
Okay.
trust you're not
There's
going
gonna be
to,
a massive,
you
there's
know,
going to be a massive alarm to
misrepresent things to, you know,
Helm has
just
also been
make
told
it worse.
The alarm.
No.
I think we only have one.
If you want,
assume
but before the
that's
meeting,
the
do you want
title.
to talk about it to make sure I understand
nice hair.
correctly?
Sure. Yeah, I just got it. It was getting really ratty, so I had Sunny cut it some so I could actually put it
okay.
up.
It's nice. Is anyone in there?
Yes.
Yeah. There's. Oh.
So he is.
Is Octaris in there or no?
No.
No.
Unless he somehow got in there.
Aethertech.
Oh, okay, he's in Aethertech. Right.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
In
Okay,
Aethertech.
go check. I just want to make sure.
Never took him to be the one that actually go in there.
Generator's done.
So if you would like to have that conversation,
Specifically the
Sure. I mean, if it's about to be happening soon, we need to do it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, big meeting.
For the ship?
God stuff. Fun.
No.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Like 30 minutes?
Something like that.
Yeah, I know we'll hear
We're going to try to make sure it's a totally neutral meeting. So anybody that tries to start any fights will be escorted out of the room.
Okay, that's good.
Okay. Have you guys seen Gillip?
Not up here. Unless he's in
Not
alchemy.
He went down below.
10-15 minutes. It's been a little bit.
Right.
What's this guy?
Can you give him a message? Maybe if you guys see him.
Wait, what did your mentor do? Wait.
Yoro, I need to talk with you later if you have some time.
Called bilk, which was just beer and milk mixed together.
Thanks.
Speak up, King.
Oh.
Sorry. I just
No.
sit a little away from that because I always worry that something's gonna happen that makes me explode it. I don't want to send the ship down.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
So from what I understand, Celestine's, is it Arena and Shoth that have contacted you through dreams?
Arena's only ever been just through disembodied voices, or, well, the one time that she was making a very physical show of being around on the airship, she did appear before me. Shit.
And she took Philia.
Why are you here?
Well, checking out your new hair.
Oh, yeah, I got a new. Yeah. Well, hey, well, before they get back, you want to see something cool? Boom!
Oh my god.
God damn.
That's a riff sickness. Anyways.
Riff is sick as fuckness.
Yeah, riff sick as fuck, yo! Oh, God. What the fuck are you guys talking about in chat?
Okay, So you were saying,
Yeah,
Arena disembodied voices?
Yeah, she...
except for the time that she
But yeah, Shoth has appeared both physically, as the orb, several dreams.
You mentioned that that at least on one occasion he showed you a bunch of spirits that seemed
Yes.
purely happy.
Yes, the other ones that present themselves as purple orbs, they are, as they were shown to me, and the one that I got to speak to, they are people from this side that, for whatever reason, regardless of how it happened, ended up passing through the rifts and ending up in the abyss. They never said anything about how exactly they turned into those, well...
The orbs.
But they seemed fully still conscious. They seemed aware of their circumstances, and in the case of the one that I spoke to, they were even aware of us. They were somebody from Kenvale.
Okay, so these orbs have memories of their past lives, essentially?
Yes. As far as I can tell, they remember everything about themselves. And it's... as far as I can tell, it is a genuine happiness. I don't know anything about the process. I don't know if it is a state where you can't feel anything but happy. But it's happiness nonetheless, and happiness enough that they're willing to even say that they are worried about what we do here. Obviously, I know people can't take that at face value. I don't blame them. But all I know is that I know it to be true that they are what they... I at least recognize them because the one that came before me was one that I have distinctly remember hearing before in all the cacophony in my head. A cacophony which is now dead silent.
Did that start like this morning?
Yes.
Okay.
But
so before today, you were often hearing a lot of disjointed voices.
the last time that they've ever really been in any way distant was about a month before the moon's explosion. they were still present, but the way I described it to some other people was it was like you're sitting in a rather large room, and there's a large group of people on the opposite side of the room in a huddle, talking in hushed whispers, and occasionally all looking up, looking over at you, giggling about something, and then resuming their conversation without you. It was clear that they were having something planned, but I didn't know what it was until the day of.
I have another question. For how long have you had these dreams?
As far as the most recent ones, probably... I'm not going to count the one that happened the night before the moon's explosion, as it was markedly different, but...
Is that when they started?
Well, not the particular ones where there's been direct interactions with Shoff and, well, these umbral souls, as I've started calling them. That was more maybe shortly after we left Kaba. I've had dreams from the orbs before, but they've never been this personal.
Okay, so when was the first time that you interacted with an orb?
Trying to remember. I mean, the first time that I've knowingly interacted with an orb is... Actually, first time that I know that an orb had some influence, if you remember back in Norendel, there was a morning that, I woke up, well, both me and Ivian ended up suddenly tumbling into the river nearby that glen. That was the first time that I had ever had a dream caused by one of them. And then I had another one from a purple orb in a different context. It was me and Riley. But the first deliberate one where I knew it was, well, in a sense knew it was coming, was from Dredona. And it was a group of Lumen and Professor Monty. But now it's been more and more just me and them alone. In one of them, there was a place that was meant to be for Angiel, but they said that they were not welcome anymore. So the seat was shattered. I don't really know what the context behind it was, only he would really know the answer to that, but I had... Stop dying, please!
Yeah, Shoff DDoSing her.
Yeah, Shoff is like, stop telling her things! Oh, I forgot to put that on. I'll have to remember to do that. I think everything else is there though, so that's okay. Headache's getting really bad, huh?
Yeah.
But, yeah, I only roughly know the context, but I don't really know the full extent of it. I've asked him about it in a way, but it was more of a passing question because, as you've probably become aware, I don't normally like to talk about these experiences because it seems the more I do, the more it just gives me more problems than it does understanding.
Yeah, that's why we're having this meeting.
ultimately,
It's to make sure others listen.
what it comes down to is they, at least Shoff, I can't speak for Erina because I've never directly heard it from her. Well, actually, I suppose I have in a way. She praised me once in the middle of the horde stuff. That was when I heard her, but Shoff and Aranas have a higher regard for me because of the things that I've done. Regardless of the reasons for why I did them, I know I did both times. Something the others haven't done flawlessly, intentionally or not. It doesn't matter, but whenever I had done those things, I was flooded with a sense of someone being proud of me. That they were very happy with me. And it was impossible to ignore that. And the more that I've talked to them, the more that they've opened up to me about a lot of things. What they hope for. The state of how interactions are going with the other Celestines. The fact that they had clear disdain for Scorn, but I never imagined that they were going to make such a show of it, let alone actually act on it.
Okay, so to recap what we've already gone over. So you've been influenced by the umbral souls since around about Norendal.
Oh, no, the umbral souls have been, now that I know what they are, I've been influenced by them for close to longer than half a decade. Years upon years, I've had them with me.
Oh.
Ever since my first exposure to a rift. And when I first got my sickness, I suppose. Even before all of this started happening. They've grown more present, more influential as of late, but they've been there for a long time.
So you were previously, but before Rosewood, you were exposed to a rift.
Yes.
The umbral souls then started to influence you.
Yes. And
that's when also you gained the rift sickness.
yes, and back then it really only manifested in being able to perceive them, and this uncanny attraction towards rifts, no matter what. If I just aimlessly walked in a direction, if I thought it was random at all, it would be always towards the closest one, whatever direction that was. It wasn't until I got to Rosewood that it became apparent that there was also this pit of abyssal energy that actively eats at my water magic and converts it into abyssal.
Okay.
But the thing about it was, the thing that has always still left me confused and a little frustrated, I wrote about this in a letter to Alea and asked if they had any understanding of it because I had heard about this place from news of what happened with Kenvale. And that was met with no response other than a uniform and a summons to join here. And I had asked later both as herself and then later, as she started showing more of her true nature in the dreams, if she knew what this was and what it meant. And she said yes, and that she would try to explain it to me. She never did. In fact, after asking if they would do that for me, I have never heard from her again. Despite the fact that they've been around, so... To tell you how it feels, it feels like the ones that people tell me I should turn to for comfort either don't hear me or don't care to hear me. And the ones that do are the ones that everyone hates. And they are still fighting over me. Except now it feels like Dredona just has given up on me.
I can't. I don't know enough to speak for any of these. Any of the Celestines, but
I'm just telling you why I feel the way I do.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So timeline. About 5 years ago, you came across a rift, gained rift sickness, and the umbral souls started to. You started to.
I could hear them. Initially, only when I was nearby rifts would I really be able to hear them, but over time, it's become a constant presence. Doesn't matter where I am, what I'm near, what I'm doing.
Okay. To the point where they become a, as you say, a cacophony.
Yes. It's... I'm not used to having silence to the point that it's actually uncomfortable. Right now, that it's so quiet.
Okay. So then, starting in Kaba, the dreams became more personal, and you started to gain more personal interactions with Shoth.
Yes, they consider me a friend, and in spite of everything, I still want to try to see them as a friend as well. The thing that I don't understand, and why I've been struggling, what I tried to explain 3 days ago, was that both of them legitimately go out of their way to try to shield me from as much pain and suffering, even by things that they themselves cause. And, well, when I'm at my lowest points, they actually hear me. They'll actually show a sign that they were listening. They were there for me when the other ones weren't. And the problem for me now is that I don't know how to feel about it, because I don't know why, other than the fact that, people openly antagonize them, and obviously no one's going to be friendly after that. But despite their threats, despite their warnings, they still treat me kindly, and I can't just pretend like it's not happening. Especially when people say that she's not in her right mind right now, or that she's sick. That just makes me think that there's a way to avoid all this.
If I may share my... Personally, I do not believe the current relationship between you and Shoth, especially, is a let's say a healthy one. And that's not just because of everything going on with the initiative. The reason why I say that is precisely because because they you say they shield you from things that they caused.
Or at least they would like to.
From what little I do understand, I believe that they have hurt you far more than they have helped you. Now I know that on an emotional level they have in a way stabilized you, but I believe that between the cacophony and the overall stress. If you're comfortable, I believe, or maybe not comfortable. This isn't going to be comfortable at all, but the conversation we're going to have. My personal belief is that they have probably been essentially coercing you.
Honestly, I don't know what to believe anymore. It's not me trying to deny or give anything to it, but I try to go one way, it goes poorly. I try to go the other way, it goes poorly. I feel trapped between two situations, and, well, even if I am being coerced, it's one, probably something that I deserve in the eyes of at least a few people, and two, it's probably too late to do anything about it.
I don't believe it's too late. I believe that at the very least, what you have experienced and explained to me has a lot of merit.
The thing is, though, is because of Drudona's absence, if I really don't like putting it this way because it, well, makes me feel like everything I've done has been the wrong choice up until now, and it probably has been.
It's
practically,
okay.
I practically belong to them now. I can't do anything about that now. They won. Any claim Drudona had over me is gone. It's been erased.
I don't know enough about anything regarding this to say one way or another, but overall they have not won. Not yet. The fact that you're able to sit here and tell me, the fact that you are still you.
I don't know how.
Yeah, I don't know you that well, but but at least for today, the cacophony is gone.
And that's as much a bad thing as it is a good thing. Because that probably means that something is coming. Something big enough that required all of their focus away from those like me.
And to be honest, this insight, this is why I still want you here. I believe you know more about the inner workings of Shoth, and
Probably.
maybe Arena. It just
Possibly, but most of what I know has been from Shoth's perspective, and well, I can't always be sure of what I hear, but so far, a lot is lined up with what I hear from those who have spoken to Judona. So it is. But
so what this offers us is a sense of
this
certainty.
This is, to be perfectly honest, I don't know how or why I feel this open to be able to even talk about it. I think it's just the fact that they're not in my head. I don't feel eyes on the back of my head. I feel like I can just talk for once because this is going to sound really bad, but the last time that I know that I spoke to them last time, the more I try to think back on it, the more it just feels hazy, like I was on autopilot. I know what I said, I know what I did, I know what I felt, but it didn't feel like...
You didn't quite feel like you were in charge or that you were there.
Yeah. And that's why I feel... I don't know. I don't think I would have felt this way had that confrontation not happened ago, where you didn't see the aftermath, but I've unraveled completely. My inner self feels like just shards of broken glass everywhere. And I don't know who or what I can even turn to at this point. I don't even know if I can face them properly, because if I express how I feel about this, if I say or feel the wrong way about it, I don't want to hurt people here. I don't want to be the reason that people are sad. I want there to be something at the end of it all for us, and the only one that I have ever seen so far has been what they offer on the other side, and I know that's not something most will be able to accept, and I don't even know if I do. But I don't think I'll be able
Here's
to
Céline.
Pretend.
Sorry.
If they come back, I don't know if I'll be able to feel this way.
During the meeting, I'd like you to stay by me.
Okay.
We're going to do what we can to make sure that the conversation remains calm.
Okay.
If you do feel uncomfortable,
I will try.
Okay.
But I don't want this to turn into a tribunal against me where I try to...
No. This is, to be honest, your input right now, I believe, might be the most valuable part of this meeting.
I see.
We need to hear you. So,
Not because of you, I just hope I don't regret it. And hopefully if I do regret it, it's not because of any of you. There's a pit in my stomach that makes me feel like if I actually speak on this any more than I already have, that it will only end poorly for me. I know how far I've already fallen, and I know that there's plenty further I can. And if this feeling of uncertainty that I was actually acting in my own mind is true, then that means that it's only a matter of time. Quite honestly, that time bomb is as soon as the next time they try to ask for the four of us to do something again. I have a feeling in the position I am in that no matter what second guesses I have, I will not be in a position to be able to say no. Not anymore.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, I am sorry about that.
no, I understand. From what I can tell, I feel that you have been forced into this situation. This is not something that you are responsible for.
Forced, yes, but I certainly did myself no favors. I'm as much responsible for making it worse as I am for not seeing this sooner, but perhaps it was in such a state that I wasn't ever going to be able to until, having it slapped across the face and the second day of silence I have ever known in the last 6 years.
Here, again, stick by me.
Yeah.
They don't eat meat. They're not a carnivore. Carnivore means eat.
I did say get all the auxiliary forces together, so that's it.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi.
Oh, it is that same meeting. Okay.
If you want to do the proper little thing over to E, it's Alt 130.
Alarm hasn't gone off, right?
No.
Okay.
If you wanted to, I'm sure we can go get it done. It's possible Malik's been distracted somewhere.
So, just to put things into perspective, what Helma did simultaneously has made Céline feel unsafe on the moon, which is why she's looking to go to Aqua. But this silence is also means that for the time being, because they are absent, her tempering is currently
Here, Céline. I think this might be a good seat.
Sad when it sounds.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah, make sure you get a seat before anyone else does.
And if someone else wants to say anything about
Oh, we're probably not going to be able to get us, so we'll have to figure out something.
So who's leading this?
But yeah, no. The reason why she's openly able to speak like this, the tempering is weakened.
I would have been slightly upset if you called this meeting and I had to lead it.
Okay,
Okay.
So, real quick, I would like a show of hands. Who has interacted with an orb of some kind? Oh.
Easier probably to ask who hasn't. I mean, technically,
Okay. And how
A
many
bit.
people have had dreams from a Celestine or a supernatural entity? And of those who have had those dreams, who all has been forced to do something outside their will, either as they were asleep or waking?
You mean in the physical world or in the dream we exerted no
In the
influence?
physical world.
Things like in what happened in Norandel to people showing up elsewhere.
Yes, this includes
I knew
the
what was meant,
instances
but
of
I figured I would
sleepwalking.
clarify. Yeah.
Okay. For those who have had dreams, but were on the list, I believe I believe Lorium is someone who has had a dream from Drodona. I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you share the contents of this dream with us?
I had two, simply. One of them was simply a conversation asking how I could assist with Lady Gaia, and others, I don't recall if there was anything new information-wise that would not be on the board, the message that was delivered a few days ago. The other one was with another student who I don't know if they wish to stay aware or stay silent on it, and it was similar once more. Just confirming more about what we've been hearing from both sides.
Okay, and if I recall, you did mention something to us about rifts and shallowings.
That was a theory that I had before I spoke to Lady Drodona more. I thought that it could have been the corruption of them instead of shallowings to the abyss that they actually are.
Okay. Does anybody else have any information that was not disseminated through the captain's meeting?
The only one that I have is whenever I prayed to Gaia, a green orb appeared. Briefly, it quickly went away afterwards, but it happened nonetheless. I don't wish to discount it.
Okay. So, to my knowledge, these orbs going around are either Celestines or they are souls, essentially, that have been detached from their physical bodies. They have been known to, as all of you know, of course, but just to recap, they have been known to force people to do things that they otherwise wouldn't have considered themselves doing. They will reach out to people, and on several occasions, I believe people have heard gods or other Celestines whispering in their heads.
Yes.
I only recently experienced this myself. After avoiding any and all orbs I come across, one has spoken to me. For those who are uncomfortable with Celestines speaking in their heads, I have found that at the very least, if you ignore them pretty blatantly, or just flip them off, they tend to leave you alone. As
I
for
want to touch on one thing you said earlier.
Yeah.
What is this about disembodied souls?
Reason why I say that is I have received some information. One of our fellow initiative members experiences. They have been in touch with the abyssal entities for years now, and in a relatively recent dream encounter with Shoth, they were exposed to several previously mortal souls that had passed through a rift.
I can
and
speak
taken the
on it
form
if you'd
of
like,
the,
seeing as it's my experience.
if you're comfortable.
If it's on the table, might as well. Specifically what she means by that, we've seen multiple times where there have been more than one purple orb in the vicinity. Sometimes dozens, especially on the night that the moon exploded. Those are not all Shoth, those are not all Erna. From what has been shown to me, those are the souls of people that have ended up falling into the rifts for one way or another and changing into this form. And they appear to maintain their memories of their lives. They maintain a sense of consciousness, of will. And the part that is up for interpretation, I'm not going to make one believe one way or the other. They seem to be happy about this. The one in particular giving very detailed accounts of the experience they had with regarding those of you who were here when the events around Kenvale occurred, as that was when they supposedly fell in. But not before meeting all of you. As far as I can tell with the information that I've learned about this mission in the past, it is factual things that did happen. And it's not pulling from my own memories, as I have not been there before. I was not a part of this initiative at the time.
Was this our first visit to Canbell, or the latter?
The first one, when the rift first appeared.
I see. A great many people then.
But there's always been that mystery of what happens if someone were to theoretically pass into a rift. This is likely the answer. They become a soul over there that is maintained and kept intact by the Abyss's keepers. That's all.
That's strange.
Very.
From what Céline has told me about her experiences, it seems that Shoth especially has been trying to essentially bond with Céline. Not in a mystical or magical sense, but emotionally. Sorry if this gets uncomfortable.
Go on.
But
it's not like it's a secret.
Essentially, but by showing someone visions of what they would like to see that people would eventually get a happy end with them.
Julia.
It's.
Yes.
I.
Before we get too far down this path.
Yeah.
Does everyone here know what or who Shoth is?
Right.
Does anyone not? Please raise your hand. Okay.
We have one here.
Shoth is an entity
Two
aligned
here.
with the Abyss.
Apologies.
Shoth is one of the more frequent that appear in the visage of the Purple Orb. he or it or whatever has appeared physically aboard this vessel on at least multiple occasions. As well as visiting a number of the initiative members in dreams and visions and the like. Shoth is independent of Irena, but seems clearly aligned with the Abyss. Any immediate questions on that?
Has it been confirmed that he's in league with Jorduna, or is he considered her son
Irena.
of sorts?
Arena.
Shoth is
Helena.
Irena's spawn.
Arena, yeah. Sorry.
A direct
Shoth
creation
refers-
of her.
Shoth refers to Irena as Patel, or mother.
The way Shoth referred to it was that they came into existence after whatever initial conflict between Arena and Jorduna was. That whatever injury, or I guess the specifics of it, I don't know how much is known about it between people, but that, quote, they are the direct response to Arena's suffering, and that they were born of that.
The fight in question, an indeterminate amount of time ago. To my knowledge, we have no particularly specific time frame, but on the order at least of decades. There was a violent confrontation between Jordana and Irena over the nature of reality and of Astrea. In this fight, they both seem to have been injured, and as a result of the consequence of it, we have, it seems, the rifts and all that has come from this war.
Okay.
It's more speculation, but from the way that some of them talk about it, it's definitely been more than a few decades. If I were to guess, other conflicts in the past, such as the Shadow Lords and the Hero of Light, probably to do with the Celestial War. But it is speculation.
There was a fight, and this current conflict, legends and things from very long ago. Thousands of years, I think? Something on that order.
Yeah, it's been well over 1,000 years.
Whether it has any particular bearing on this particular conflict is, well, the facts of any such thing are going to be impossible to determine, so it matters relatively little, I think, compared to most modern events, which are significantly different than, well, the world ended 10 years ago. Now things are a bit different. It's 11. Any questions on the fight, on the nature of things so far? A lot of this is summary information rather than every detail that we might know, but a lot of what we know is also speculation. Okay. Sorry, Fevira.
No, it's good. The biggest, I mean, the reason why I wanted this meeting is because recently there was an argument, and it was asked who here is on the same side, who here truly has the same goal, and I firmly believe that regardless of the intentions or the reasons why we do what we're doing, it doesn't matter. So long as we are all trying to accomplish the same thing in the end. Not everyone sees things the same way. My personal belief is that when interacting with any of these Celestines, you need to take everything with a grain of salt, because of course you're only going to get their perspective. For a good number of people, their gods are their everything. There are people on every side, but so long as we're working towards this, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, that we all understand that we're working together, and that we just communicate. There are a lot of things that tend to fall through the cracks, and dismissing what other people have to say because you don't trust them is detrimental to everything we're doing. There is a lot we have to learn from each other, and yeah. So if there's anything that anybody thinks, anybody would like to share, or ideas, experiences, thoughts, feelings, now especially is the time while we're not currently fighting something.
I had a question about the silver orb. If anyone has had any experiences with
it. Anybody have experiences with the silver orb?
To my knowledge,
Just
at least,
me?
Astrea. None but your own experience that several of us were present for.
Alright. I'm still trying to get down to the bottom of what it was, but I heard a whisper that same day that you followed me down to Luna's body. I heard a thank you at the end. I don't know what it meant, but a silver orb seemed sluggish and slow. Appeared in my bunker in that morning. My bunks, not bunker. And it led me to Luna's body. And it's not the first time I saw that orb. Céline was actually with me for the first time. It appeared in a hallway, slowly moving towards us, and took interest in my sash of Stella. From there on out, I thought it was a connection to Qualm, but I have yet to receive another answer, nor anything relating to it after that experience when leading it to Luna's body. So I implore, if anyone has an experience with this orb, if I could know.
No, not me.
It seems to have been a unique scenario.
I don't know why me.
I barely know why any of us.
There's a lot of Celestine attention on us, Astrea. You're also covered in Quam gear from head to toe. It makes sense that perhaps he took an interest in one of his fervent followers, given that everyone else has. And we do know that other Celestines can manifest their own orbs, like the green one with Gaia, so it's not out of the realm of the question that it was indeed Quam.
Do we know if the orbs can change their form on their own? We know they can switch colors to communicate with us, but have they ever played tricks on us, pretending
Yes.
to be something that they aren't?
Unequivocally.
Yeah.
On at least one occasion.
Shorth and Renna come to mind.
Yes. On at least a couple of occasions, I think. But on at least one occasion, we had been interacting with the entity we believed to be... well, an entity we believed to be the Golden Orb for the better part of an hour while we were in Beston Bay. it was not. We have encountered direct changes between purple and gold in the past, and they've been able to be inspired by the application and provision of mana. Whether this is that they were always one or the other is sort of unknowable. For example, there was a conversation with the Purple Orb in Norandel that, I don't know, there were 8 of us present for, but I can recall
Do
that
I bring up the
in
trickster?
a number of cases, the Purple Orb, when given divine energy, has
This might be a
switched to gold,
mistake.
and that gold has become purple around occultists in some cases, but not always.
They're affected by magic and by emotions and prayer. And most probably just by their own volition. So.
There is one known specific example. At least one of the orbs out there that is in the company of Shoth. That is deliberately and knowingly by them as a one that can intentionally change its form of presentation and is known to Shoth. It was offered to me once as a present. I never used it. But they know about it and probably condone it.
What do you mean by present?
He considers me a friend, and he wanted to help me. I did not feel comfortable with such. I did not feel comfortable lying about something that big to people, or in general. But they've been
probably wise.
And quite honestly, given the circumstances of today, it's probably the only reason why I can even talk about it. Because I feel normal for once.
Shoth has attempted to gain favor with, gain support from, make friends with a number of people aboard the ship and with the initiative. Irena has also directly spoken with a number of individuals.
Orpheus is gonna fucking kill me. He's gonna fucking kill me. He's looking at me. He's looking at me. He's gonna punch me.
Goal of both to destroy all of, well, in Shoth's instance, to destroy all that is divine.
He's gonna fucking kill me.
Those who may lack the metaphysical knowledge means.
He's probably streaming right now. He's probably yelling at me. He's probably looking at me like, "What are you doing, you crazy bitch?"
Us and all that is.
It's less than that. You wouldn't even know you were gone. It'd be nothing. You would never be. Nothing would ever be again.
No. She has a sigil. She can be directly punished if they hurt
and
this.
Shoth are adversaries. They are our opposition. Which means listening to them, offering them favors, giving them information they may not already have. All of this is also directly going against our stated goals. We are trying to save this realm and as many people on it as fucking possible. And so we cannot stand beside these entities. No matter how powerful, no matter that one of them was formative in the creation of all things. The time has long passed, and her goals have thus changed. So once again, they are our opposition, our enemies. Is that understood, Rosewood?
Sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Sir. Yep.
Indeed.
Unless,
If you aren't against
Lest there
annihilation,
be-
you shouldn't be here.
Well said.
lest there be question of a middle ground, both have also very clearly stated that they do not believe a peace is possible. That they believe we are past that now.
I had a conversation with Raduna. From her own words, she said that she didn't think killing more gods was the answer to this, and it would only make further problems. Sounds like she thinks her sister's sick, not something that should be put down. I think it's an important detail, put in the battle context.
Well, that is a bit above our pay grade. That is something I'm sure Roduna is working on.
All she's told me is that we need to work on patching the rifts up. Yeah, I didn't plan to go toe-to-toe with her. She just said that it would aid her cause, I suppose, if we could just figure out how to close these portals into the abyss.
All right. Do you have any further questions, comments, or concerns?
I wanted to bring up something that just happened today, just so we're all on the same page. I'm sure most of us know anyway, but just in case. Those of us that pray have found that we're getting zero response. That's sort of weird emptiness.
You had a good way of putting it, Astrea, earlier. Something like a usual breeze coming through a window, and all of a sudden now it's shut.
She's so fucked. This is a bad like she realized she's fucked.
Exactly that.
Apparently those with rift-borne illnesses as well, from what I've been told, have received some sort of peace of mind for a short while as well.
They're completely
However,
silent.
the last time that happened,
to put it
yes,
plain.
supposedly the last time that happened, the moon kinda, blew up, so chances
It's more than
are
just
something
Céline,
big
though.
is going to happen.
So, hopefully that's not cause to panic. It's more than just her. Last time it was just her.
Yeah, fair enough. The point is, though, is that it seems like we're currently cut off from just about every Celestine and God, all of them for some reason. So
You know,
we might be
this
on our own for a
this
little bit.
this sudden change of heart actually lines up really well with stuff that is planned. Paintably, you know. Paintably, you know.
We also won't know until we land in Holston whether or not this is
This is actually
localized
perfect.
towards us or-
She's so fucked. She's so fucked. We are so fucked. We're so fucked. We're so fucked.
On the note of those
We are so fucked. We are so fucked. We're 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 so
Once we
fucked.
land, we need to sort of find a way to maybe ask people, but maybe not make it such a big deal if we can help it. Because if it's only us,
Oh, we're so fucked.
something big's gonna happen around our end, and if we start freaking more people out that we've been cut off from every Celestine in this new town we're going to, then we've not been liked too much by most places we've gone so far.
I mean, unless we remember the premonition that Lorium had.
To any that do converse with the various powers that be, I will add a note of caution. Irena has expressed to some of those here, a specific knowledge of unanswered calls to others. Whether this means she has some specific knowledge of the calls made, or is interfering with them in some way is unknowable. But I would caution that if you attempt to contact entities, your gods, whatever, and something answers, that you not take it on immediate faith that it is your entity, that it is your god, your spirit, your whatever.
That's a good point. Actually, do any of the seers any change in the spirits?
You know, in a sense, though, here's the thing. I just realized, talking about the Trickster Orb openly is, in a roundabout way, making use of the present. Talking about its existence as a means to get trust, instead of using it to trick people. Oh no, I used the present! Fuck! I used the present! No!
Request anyone that does have encounters.
Oh no!
Or thoughts on, or dreams, or etc.
Damn it!
Try to let the Chancellor or.
Oh no, I'm indebted to them! Shit!
Ideally, you're on if you're one of the teams, but obviously there's a lot of people aboard, and if for some reason you wish to talk to someone, just talk to someone. There has been a dearth of information.
Oh, if I get yelled at for that, if I get yelled at over that by Shoff, that's gonna be my defense. It's gonna be my defense. It's the only hope I got. If not, I'm gonna get fucking stabbed. By God. Shit. Oh fuck. Oh. Consequences of my own actions.
Anything else that needs to be discussed? Well, all right then.
Actually,
Well,
Riley? Apologies. In regards to a recent death of Scorn, will be held into Halston, where a Order representative is based. It would be wise not to mention that we have the body of Scorn.
Do we have
That's a
plans
good
for the
general
body, Malik?
policy for always, regardless of where we go.
Okay, good point.
Yeah.
Chancellor, did you hear Vesper's question?
no, I did not.
Do you have
Do we have
plans
plans for the body?
Likely, when we make land, we will either give him a proper quiet burial, or perhaps a sky burial, and give him to the fire. But that is something that can be discussed amongst those that followed him closest.
Understood.
Then, if there's nothing else, I believe this meeting can be adjourned. Alright, we should be landing within the next 3, maybe 4 days tops. So, get your relaxation and things will probably get busy once we land.
Meeting very enthusiasm.
You doing okay?
Sure, what's up?
All right.
Given what I told you.
go to the dorms.
We did not leave Rug.
I gotta do a stretch really quick.
Okay.
This is such a strong
Do
stretch.
you want to talk about it, or do you just need a moment?
Oh man, I'm so athletic. Oh my goodness.
Say something about it.
Wow.
Okay.
Sorry, I got all twisted around.
Given that we're stuck in this lack of communication.
I mean, given the declarations, up until what happened with Scorn, I was on her side. I thought Drudona was at fault for everything. I resented her for abandoning me. At least, how I felt. And now with what you said, with the fact that I can think for myself without having thousands of voices trying to correct me or, God forbid, actually control what I think, because I think they can do that. I fucked up. I made a mistake, and I don't think I can take it back that easily. The second they come back, I have to pretend. I can't... If they find out what I've told them, I was sworn to secrecy on some of those things. If they find out, I don't think they're going to... I don't think killing me would be what they would do. I think they would make it worse. They would make it something against all of you.
Okay, so that means our next thing should be trying to mitigate what they can do against you. Yeah. Let's go ahead. Let's talk to the divine casters and see if there's a way to with the silence in your head. How's your arm doing?
All of that is still there. It's like the sickness isn't... well... It's not being aggravated by anything on account of their presence, but... This belongs to Shoth. They put that there to get rid of something Drudona put in me. In their words, it's supposed to make me able to control my sickness. But I don't know what that means. I don't exactly feel like anything is more controlled or not, other than the spear that struck down Scorn that caused all of our sicknesses to flare up. Mine felt less agonizingly painful than it used to. I was able to have some sense of peace, but not a full shielding. The only thing that did make it stop even briefly was Lethariel's magic, but it stopped the second he stopped. He practically poured divine into me for the better part of, I don't know, an hour, 2 hours. But...
Oh, okay.
That was the first night that I felt even remotely clear, because it was like the shock of what happened compared to how I felt broke something, and then being blamed for everything that happened just broke something, and now that they're gone, I've done so many bad decisions lately. And I don't even know how much time I have left before this clarity goes away, and I won't... If they're watching me, I have to keep playing the part. do I do?
Let's see if we can talk with the other divine casters. I'm not sure what we can do. Probably the most experienced one I can think of would be Malik. He has a wealth of knowledge.
He's going to be livid when he hears about what this is, though.
I'll be there to help protect you.
Right.
Okay.
That said, I do have something that I need to talk to Yorl about before I miss an opportunity to. Because in spite of all this, I don't feel any different about the other thing on my mind today.
Okay.
Speaking
In
of...
what order do you want to,
well, since he was right there, I'm gonna get him first.
Principal, I was gonna say we
Yorl,
crash the ship into the goddamn
sorry.
thing.
Not
Sorry.
Yorl? Sorry, after the meeting and all, but...
Right, well...
I had something I did want to ask you about,
We'll see. Let's see what happens.
related to your team.
Very well.
Yeah. I guess, are you busy at the
I suppose
moment?
about as well as could be expected.
I suppose not.
I've hired a great deal of the time.
Let me...
I don't know if that is a universal experience or simply mine.
You prefer your room or mine?
You're doing good.
You're not.
Okay, I'll just use mine.
That I'm left.
You get we get velvet. We set up velvet ropes and it's like watching.
I see you lot here spared the warmth of the oblate.
After the explanation, after the test that I got pushed to do to see if I could make it explode on account of my sickness and getting at least some confirmation while my arm is in that altered form, I didn't exactly find it safe to have it in the room, so I had it
that makes
moved out.
sense.
So I don't...
seems Sonny's done quite a number on that hair of yours.
Yeah, it was getting really ratty. I had to do something about it, but I don't want to talk in circles, so the only premise to this question is, as a result of what happened a couple days ago and the resulting decisions on account of some of my own team members and the building up of these things for a while now, I expressed to Leferial I didn't feel comfortable being on Lumen, and he had suggested that if I didn't feel comfortable there, that perhaps I could talk to you about coming to Aqua.
Curious you didn't mention that to me. I did not expect that. Of
It
all
was
things to be discussed.
It was a very spur-of-the-moment offer during that evening while he was helping mitigate the effects of the exposure to that spear. And
I see.
I've been ruminating over it the past 3 days because this is by no means an easy, simple decision on my part, but
no.
In light
I
of...
imagine not.
I don't want to dump upon you all the reasons that built up to it. Quite honestly, it's things I can't control at this point, but out of all the other teams that actually had an opening where I could separate myself a bit and get some distance from what I have here, I know most of the people in Aqua, and I work well with a fair few of them, you especially, given that we, you know, share knowledge that we basically have to take with us to the graves.
Aye, 'tis true.
So if, as far as a matter of, would I be afraid that the leader of my team is going to basically act completely irrationally out of nowhere from heightened emotions? No, I've never seen that out of you, and quite honestly, I don't take you as the type to have those sorts of reactions in the first place.
I suppose I'll take that as a compliment. What? I know you mentioned you didn't wish to go into it, but
sorry.
To understand what it is you're attempting to flee from and that you won't find the same here, what was it that drove you to the decision?
The breaking point being the fact that in an increasing string of things that seems to be the default of when bad thing happens in or around Lumen, automatically assume that I had something to do with it. I basically got probably seconds from being physically assaulted after Scorn's death over the grounds that, despite having no interaction with it, that I had a hand in it, that it was somehow my fault, and that I am now in a position where I am acutely aware that there is at least one team member that is basically waiting for a reason to feel justified in lashing out. Probably with harmful intent. Over reasons that are completely illogical. I would at least appreciate it if it was, you know, I would understand if I actually had a hand in it, because then it would be just, you know, me not wanting to take responsibility for killing a god. But I've turned into a scapegoat on this team, where it's easier to assume that somehow the problem would have been better if I had done something different, even if I had nothing to do with it, and I've honestly grown tired of it. It's not all of them, but it's enough of them to the point that it's extremely uncomfortable to remain in their presence. At least in a position where I have to be able to trust that everybody around me is somebody that if I were to put my neck out for them to defend them in a dangerous situation, that they would do the same for me. And I can't say with full certainty that they would, if not actively take the opportunity to be rid of someone they don't like.
That is quite the predicament. I was aware that there was significant disagreements with such as of late with all this talk of gods and whatnot, but I did not realize things were quite so bad.
Well, quite honest, I mean, I'm not going to say that I don't have any fault in it. I know I have some, but I actually realize that now, mostly because of what was all talked about out there, this complete silence of all the Celestines, and in some strange connection that I've yet to understand, those souls that I talked about are not plaguing me right now, and I actually feel fully of my own thoughts, where I know that what I'm thinking is my own. And I can see more overtly what they've been doing to me. Not enough to, you know, be able to just immediately get up and put a stop to it now, because they've taken measures to prevent that. But at least enough that I can understand that there is help needed. Help that I'm afraid I'm not going to get on Lumen. From some, yes, but I feel like the damage is too far severe for that to... the wound too fresh, that sort of thing.
What did you mean by things put in place to prevent that?
There was some sort of unknown fragment of Drudona that she put into me a while back in the presence of others. Theirs caused their celestial wells to open, but mine already was, so it did something different that physically disrupted some of the sickness that I had. It was why for a while I had one eye that was golden in color instead of blue. Shoff was not a fan of that, and destroyed it and replaced it with something of their own in the process. That I don't know what it does, and I have no way of removing it that I know of. And at the time that it was given to me, I did not feel like I was in full control of my own self around them. And their absence right now makes me able to actually see that instead of just this blind anger that I had at everything. I'm not asking for pity or anything, but as far as this entire conflict has gone, one of the battlefields has been inside my own being, between them. I don't know why, but it's like they've been carving up pieces of me, trying to take as much as they can get, and right now, all the ones that aren't mine are solely in their hands. And Drudona's known something about this for a while and fallen silent and did not intervene, which has allowed them to do this. And what I'm worried about is that when they inevitably come back with whatever is causing them to be focusing their attention elsewhere to the point that we can't reach them, that this moment of clarity is going to pass as well, and that no matter what I've tried to do to make it clear that I realize that something has happened too far, that it's not going to matter, and that it's going to result in my danger being on this team, because well, it doesn't matter why at that point. It's the simple fact is that's how I feel, and the evidence so far has not given me any reason to question that position. So rather than risk
something that's been going on for some time, has your captain not done anything about it?
I don't know if they really know what they could do about it. The topic of my condition has been a constant blemish on them in that regard, because the whole reason why Rin left Lumen before was feeling neglected on account of me being, well, trying to cope with the increasing amount of symptoms and people putting effort into trying to help with that, but it's... These more recent developments have happened in places where I'm sure it's been... The signs have always been there, but I don't know if he really knows what he can do about it, and honestly is probably just trying to avoid intervening unless it actually is about to be somebody murdered over it. That said, Rowan has his own worries. I'm not going to air his, but I think he's been too focused on his own battle to really put energy into the grievances of others with each other. And it's not something I'm holding against him. He's not really been an aggressor in that. He also hasn't been an aid in that, really. So I suppose the only thing that I could say as a negative is that he's minded his own business entirely on it. As far as I know, I don't know what happens behind closed doors when I'm not around. I have my assumptions, but half the time I feel like it's just paranoia induced by, you know, all the lovely friends on the other side that I have that want to make it sound worse than it probably is.
I see.
Regardless, it's been evident for a while that regardless of fault or fairness, that I've had friction points with this team practically ever since we left the island, which is almost the vast majority of the time that I've been here. And with it getting to the point that it's now gotten to open hostilities between people, they deserve better. They deserve being able to have people on their team that aren't going to butt heads with each other over a shared circumstance that they've dealt with differently. And I don't have any intention of bringing that over to Aqua either. If anything, I just want to be able to go over there and mind my own business, but also be able to work with people that I know and that at least understand that I'm trying. That's why Lothario offered, I guess. They heard me at my worst and still decided to extend that possibility.
I see. Well, knowing Lothario, I'm not surprised that he did. This thing, whatever you said you were impacted by, you don't understand. It robs you of your autonomy? In a situation not like this where, supposedly...
I mean...
no one's hearing nothing.
Unless... I suppose I'll find out later if they suddenly decide that... if they suddenly make it apparent that they know what I've said. Because I highly doubt that I've said things today that I'm sure will not make them happy the way that I put them. let alone the fact that I have openly admitted that I feel like I am in extreme danger just by the position that I am in, and it's not one that I want to be, because I want the best for everyone here. It's just a matter of having people around me that believe that. Because, quite honestly, all the conflict on Lumen has made it painfully easy for them to do this to me. Because every time it happens, it results in more and more isolation, which is what they feed off of, practically. And I can't exactly change their opinions overnight or with one single word. One single long-winded explanation of anything like that. I still respect them. I still want them to survive at the end of the day at this. But I feel it's probably for the best that there is at least some degree of enforced distance between me and them. I could still be their ally, but I need the change. If anything, that might be the only way to possibly start fixing some of the damage.
You truly believe it would help?
If I can be fully honest, I don't know. But I feel like that if I stay, it will get worse. If I go, it may get worse in a different way. I don't know. There is no path forward that leads to full guaranteed resolution of everything that's happened. This is the product of months of issues, basically.
I see.
And I do not want to punish. I don't want to raise a complaint to other people and have it result in someone else being punished to the point that they just feel more resentful for whatever they feel.
No, I imagine that would do little good in this situation. I suppose my only concern is that, regardless of intentions or not, if there is something that does rob you of the ability to control yourself and things happen, I find it very difficult to assure you that things won't just happen the same regardless of what team you're in.
I know. But at this point, that comes down to a question of, if I don't feel that there's safety here, should I even be here at all? And quite honestly, that then goes down to a, if not here, where would I even go scenario, and that's a what if that I don't really want to deal with. Which is why I'm trying to lay what cards I have on the table while I'm in a position that I can without immediate fear of retribution, in hopes that there is a way to prevent it or somehow turn it into something that can be used for good.
I suppose if now is the only time of clarity, it would be the best to make any progress on figuring anything out.
Ophelia seems intent on wanting to try something with the Divine later, which will require me to possibly explain this circumstance to even Malik, and quite honestly, I am terrified of that, but It's the only way that I feel like I can show the sincerity behind what I say and what I mean, so that that is out there, such that if they see a change in how I am acting or how I'm whatever, that they might realize what it is in the moment and try to find a way to stop it rather than assume that it's something that I'm doing because I want to revel in the world's destruction or something. I hope you at least believe me when I say that I do not want the world to end. Despite the things that, coerced or not, that I have been involved in lately.
No, I have no doubts in your claims as such.
I know it's not going to be a popular feeling, or it's probably going to just make the others upset when they learn, because I've already informed Sonny and Barrett of at least my intent to talk to you about it. And, well, I don't need to elaborate on it, but I'm sure you can imagine that they were not exactly thrilled with the idea, but they also understand why I feel the way I do.
Point that you make, though.
They understand it enough that they're not going to interfere with it if I went through with it. They have their own opinions of it and they're entitled to them. I'm not going to take that away from them. If anything, I feel like they're just worried because it would mean that I'm further away from them. And part of the reason that I've probably gotten this far is because they have been some degree of anchor for me. Something I don't think is going to change just because of what colors I wear, but I can understand why they would worry about that all the same.
Aye. It does make sense.
The rest, I was only going to bring it up to them if this was something that you were amenable to. And it's only because of the fact that they're the ones that I am, at least the ones that are up and about today, the ones that I'm worried about. And I'd rather not needlessly cause myself tension with them if you decided this wasn't in anyone's best interest, and honestly, if that's how you feel, so be it. I'm not going to hold that against you.
I have a lot to consider on the matter, and I'll have to consult those that are already part of Acra. Though, if with Lethariel's suggesting, that does, I suppose, weigh heavy in your favor, but I shall consider it.
Very well.
I do, however, suggest that you spend this time now, while your head is as clear as can be, to try and gain any head start you can on...
I know. I intend to as soon as we're done here. Go find Philia, see what they have in mind, but thank you for hearing me out, and even if it's a no in the end, that's alright.
I shall get back to you as soon as I've made my decision.
Of course. I'm gonna go find Philia. Thank you for your time.
Aye.
when you say you backlashed, you know this only because, well, you subsequently, like you didn't screw up the spell. You just backlashed as a result of whatever.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if I did. I've been doing this for almost 2 years now, which I know isn't long in magic terms, but I've been pretty solid.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't hear you before I was through the door.
I can't really name the last time.
I wish that...
Well, if everyone was down, and there's
Not down, but...
Yes,
he lost.
You should maybe vacate the deck.
Run.
Just
Run now.
Yeah.
Run while you can.
Why?
Life is in danger.
Rampaging horse, go.
What are you doing now?
Nothing yet. But she did lose in a battle of
Winter's lost a
flirtation
flirting
with her
contest
ally.
to a
Lost
Friday.
in a battle of Riz.
Okay. Question, is Philia up here or is she somewhere else? Have any of you seen her?
I don't know.
Fair enough.
no idea.
Thanks.
Hi there, word.
Oh. Well, if not up here, probably below deck.
It's probably better to do this individually, I suppose.
Okay.
I'm happy to see you.
So either she's below deck or she's in here. Nope.
Yeah, I'm not good at this. Like my
Either they've already tried, they're going to try, or they are trying in this moment to fight Festus as well. So that's, you know.
Well, I suppose.
I heard mention of Festus in regards to the current state.
Yeah, I set myself on fire. I had a weird vision. Seems like Odo are trying to get the guy up.
I see.
Is he still going to be a part of us, or are we going to kick them out since they're a part of us?
He is still part of us.
Just
We got
because
other members, right?
Ordo's made a choice in the matter doesn't mean that they necessarily have to follow to it. It just technically, I guess, makes them a heretic.
Me could have cooked.
It is only heretical.
You'll have choices to make.
It's because you need to be careful.
Probably better.
There it is.
You're getting hurt.
Same for all the other followers, I'm sure.
Existence is pointless.
But yes, our understanding is that the other three are with Arena.
That's what Shoff said, at least. He's actually gave a rather detailed idea of where most of them stand, not just Ordo. At least, it's not immediately up to date, but
You're very offended.
I know one of their
Which
other
others are with
targets.
Arena?
As far as with Arena, none others have explicitly said, but Voya and Carcosa seem to be indifferent to whatever happens at the end of the day, and that they are actively trying to make and sway the opinion of Qualm, who was not for one side or the other at that time.
Well, given that there's some reason to believe Qualm is under attack, I assume that that went one way and may now be going the other.
Yeah. But yes, as far as Voya and Carcos are concerned, they're fine keeping their hands clean of the matter. But that could ultimately be taken as almost taking a side, because they may see it as either way they win. Entropy and death, all that.
Agreed, though it is advantageous to us at least not to have active enemies.
Yeah. The only ones that they did not mention
Even if they
were
went
the
either way.
Celestines of Arcadia or Dis, I believe. So their status is unknown.
Well, I'm unsure for Arcadia. I don't believe either one will necessarily fall one way or the other. They are a bit more up to their own wheels a lot of the time. No. We do have to be careful of the maiden. Even if not intentionally joining a side, it does have a natural disposition to lead people towards danger, and being the largest existential danger for us or anybody. She may not join them, but will definitely, possibly be skirting the edge.
Difficult to imagine how we could end up in more danger than we're in presently, so...
And there's an argument to be made about where the nightmare falls on account of, well, the ability for them to even interfere with people's dreams in the first place. If they took offense to that, you'd imagine they'd probably have done something about it, or at least tried to.
Took offense implies that one side or the other is more guilty of it, and I'm not sure that's true.
I don't know.
Irina was first, but the Golden Orb was the first we encountered.
Is this still going?
Kinda. Point's been made. You know what happened.
I always have a hard
Let
time
me
with
guess.
benches.
It might have been Arena.
I mean, I could.
It's a possibility, but really not sure. Just also trying to make sure people don't just start backlashing and throwing out random spells in the hopes of getting weird visions as well.
I'd stay by the kitchen.
Yes.
Yeah, that would probably be ill-advised for most people.
Do you want to be in the pathway of Caleb, like,
Right.
dozing into
What were those points?
to get the French fries?
Oh, I don't think he's heard.
I need to
mention
get
the
back to
vision.
Wait till
She
he
talked
smells
about.
it.
Do any of you know where Philia is actually?
I think at this point we need
No.
to kind of
Okay.
keep an eye out. I need to
Seen her in
think
a while,
more on
but
if
that
I
might
can
mean she's
remember
downstairs.
who
Does
the
sound good?
who the specific
No.
person in charge was,
I think there's some people down there. I don't remember.
and figure out if this was
Oh,
past
see.
or future.
What is this
If it's
about
yet
a
to happen, if they've already done it, if it's.
I don't mean these stairs,
Thank you, Grandma.
for clarity.
Oh. Well, too late now. I've already come down here. Well, there's somebody over there, but I'm pretty sure it's just the two that I know of. I'll keep looking. Well, actually, are there any Ignis bunks down here? There are, but it's not their rooms, so it's probably not.
You're right, which makes it all the more option.
Oh no.
No, you didn't. You only did specify people.
To bring back for testing, and
Pardon me,
felt
has
a-
Philia come in here at all?
Not that I've seen. No.
Got it. Everything okay in here?
It's all good. Yeah.
Cool. Sorry for the
anyway,
interruption.
she
Off the ship.
I do not endorse this. You can lean on me whenever you want.
Extension of myself.
My divine magic comes from my faith.
Not literally. I don't think qualm is
Good.
Do you think it's one of those birds that, like, lay?
Then what do you stand?
We're in the middle of something.
Oh,
I did want to just let Philia know
Oh,
I
did
am
you-
I am free now, so whenever you're done.
Okay.
I just heard people say not to pick me weapon training.
Meetings in the bar! Bar meetings! I came down to a very awkward conversation because I know they were probably talking to Murtesh about his opinions on Arena. I'm like, I hope you guys are aware of how much I'm taking advantage of this situation. That I am, able to speak with such clarity right now. It is, This is counterattack time. Sorry, I'm working against y'all today. With an effort to try to fix shit. It's nothing against y'all. It's just I deserve I deserve a counterattack and I'm taking it. Because of course this will be this will be successful and this will not come back to bite her that she has even attempted this.
That's a good idea. Yes.
You know, just send it here and cripple yourself.
Yes, yes.
While
I
our first
don't
heal
think I
will
did.
get permission.
Oh, she is? I didn't even know that. That is...
Well,
He eats sandwich. Very good.
Stop breaking the laws of reality. They're there for a
Let's try
reason.
and get some paper so we can write that down real quick.
Yeah, let's get some paper.
I think I have someone in the Terror Dorm. Come on.
Yeah. Drinking water.
You don't become a guidesman for nothing, I suppose.
We're going to aren't like traditional strongholds. It's more.
You know what? Maybe I do take this opportunity. There's probably some paper around here somewhere. Well, I am of sound mind. Things that I know is true. The things I know about myself that are true.
Just alone in here?
I needed the writing supplies.
Makes sense.
I'm trying to write things down while I have the opportunity to.
Do you think something's gonna happen? Or is this a just in case thing?
More while I have this reprieve from having any presences over my head or in my head.
Yeah.
Since they have such sway with me, as I've become fairly aware of. So I'm trying to write down the things that I know are true about myself so that, if nothing,
You can remember.
yeah. In case I try to change more of that.
What's on your hand? That one, at least.
A mistake. One that I didn't fully have the ability to stop, but a mistake all the same.
Did you?
She's here for me.
I can leave if that's the case. I don't need to stay.
Just because, since I can actually talk about it with clear mind, it's a mark of Shoth. Do you remember that golden flower that used to be on my hand here?
I do not.
Well, to give you the quick context, it was something Drudona put there for not entirely known reasons, but Shoth did not like that it was there, on me specifically, and in a state where I could not exactly think clearly for myself, got me in a position where they could destroy it and replace it with this. Which they say is a means of being able to allow me to control my sickness to a certain degree, but with a more clear head without those souls interfering. I have a feeling it was probably more a means to ensure that I remain theirs.
And do you still have your other hand wrapped?
Yep.
Okay.
Still spreading, all the same. I'm afraid of the things that I've said today because I feel like I was only able to say them because of their absence. That if they come back, and I don't immediately try to quell any memory of having ever done it, that they will find some way to retaliate in a way that I imagine is probably worse than just killing me. I'd be more afraid that they would try to use me to hurt other people here. So I don't know what I am to do with this stay, I guess. Philia wants to try to see if there's anything that can be done while I'm able to fight it, by account of them not being there to retaliate. And I fully admit that it's partially my own fault for it getting this bad, but I was not even able to see or comprehend how bad it was until the fighting over Scorn's demise pretty much caused a psych break. The cognitive dissonance proved too much for the tempering. That's why I tried to give the warnings about the trickster orb that Shoff tried to push me to use as a means to deceive people. Try to convince them to talk to it, believe things. He said it was in an effort to protect me, and I'm sure that there's some truth to that, but this can't go on.
Yeah. I mean, if you are a clear mind, then
right
maybe
now,
soul
at least.
could try praying. I know that's dumb since everyone says it's being voided right now, but
If I pray and I am heard, but not by the right ones, that might be the worst decision I have made, but maybe it's the one and only chance I'll have to actually have Draduna hear me for once. I thought she abandoned me.
maybe have some other people pray with you. I know that sounds weird, but so you're not alone with it?
Perhaps. I can raise the question, because I think I'm about assuming that Philia wants to try to get divine casters involved to possibly do something, which unfortunately means Malik, and I say unfortunately because I am very afraid of what he's going to say when he realizes what this is. Because coerced, influenced or not, it's still in me. And I highly doubt it's as simple as cutting my hand off to get rid of it. If it's influencing my sickness, it means it's bound to my soul. So I'm gonna...
If he does do anything rash, I don't know what we're gonna do.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, if he does, some part of me knows I probably deserved it at this point. I've done enough
You
to...
haven't deserved a damn thing.
Appreciate it. There's
But
a lot of
yes,
things
I
to feel
can
remorse.
leave you to Philia.
Yeah. I don't want to keep her waiting too long.
A Virali beat Winters.
Sorry.
Honestly, I could have.
In a flirting competition?
Explaining the situation.
It is.
You're kidding me.
Okay.
Now, Winters didn't even get anything off. Like, she went down first. But...
Here, let's go ahead and go back inside for a moment.
Oh, okay.
Holy shit.
Where the
Okay.
Did she leave? Wait, how?
Yeah, she did. She did.
Oh, okay. I was
her
like...
back was turned and she... Yeah.
I was like, what? How? Anyways.
Okay, so, I haven't, of course, thought too much into it, and I believe that we should, see one of the, one of the more, knowledgeable, divine casters, about this.
I mean, unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, both Leferial and, Rowan are both unavailable at the time being, which are the two that I would have immediately turned to before climbing the chain straight to Malik, but we may not have much of a choice.
Yeah, it's looking like he might be the most knowledgeable here right now.
So I just have to
I'm
come
going
clean.
to
Going to come clean. That's all there is to it.
yeah. Don't worry, I'll be here.
I know.
Yeah.
I trust you.
When it
If I-
comes to
If I didn't, I wouldn't have told you anything.
yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and put this on the table. It's a very extreme risk last resort thing.
Okay.
But if absolutely nothing else works, and you're it would be up to you. The very last resort might be to block your wells.
You'd have to. Quite honestly, though, the thing is, I think you would have to practically block all of them. Because the Abyssal is obviously the Abyssal. My world well can be subverted into effectively an auxiliary Abyssal well, and the sickness is attacking the Celestial well and using it to fuel itself.
Yeah.
I would be
which is
useless to you.
If it was not necessarily so. You still have your mind and your body, but like I said, that is the extreme last resort. It's not something that I would want to push on you if you weren't for it.
My worry is that I don't even know if that would be fully enough, and the reason why is because he said that this mark is meant to give me control over that sickness. That means that it's not just a matter of, let's just say, the gut reaction would be, okay, let's cut that hand off.
No.
It's
That's just a
bound,
mark.
It's bound to my soul, which means
Yeah.
it goes deeper than my wells.
Yeah, and that's ultimately what we have to figure out, and we don't know how much time we have.
Yeah.
So, I only wanted to put that on the table as a option that we're not likely to do.
That said, Lucia did make one suggestion, one that is arguably almost as dangerous given the current condition, but because of this current freedom I have to think for myself, she thought maybe if there was ever a time to try to pray, now would be it. Maybe I can actually finally reach Stroduna and she might actually hear me, but there's also risk that if something works, that it may not be her that hears me, and if they realize what I'm doing, then, well...
Yeah.
Then we go down the
So for
worst
now,
route.
yeah. Right now, what we need to focus on is essentially keeping the block up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's working so far.
At least take advantage of the conditions given to us.
Yeah.
You assume Baron?
Excuse me, have you... Oh.
Oh, he's a auxiliary unit. We have.
Have you seen Malika around?
No, I've not seen Chancellor Malik since
Dark hair, pale
the
skin,
meeting.
human.
Okay.
I think he went in the general bunks. I think he's retired for the night. But
Yeah, no problem.
I haven't seen anyone really go in or out of his office, so I don't know if
Yeah.
I doubt he's in there.
Okay. We do have some potentially soul related things to discuss, and not a lot of time to discuss it.
All right. Well,
But potentially.
It's very time
I can
sensitive.
try and see if he's around. I will.
Yes, please.
I'll let me.
Okay.
Thank you for at least trying, regardless of what happens.
Yeah. It's what I should do. Just in case.
It was.
That was Acteris who just went in there.
I mentioned. I mean.
I don't know.
Oh, he actually went. I thought he went downstairs.
No, he went in there.
Oh.
See if he's here.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You're right. You were looking at me, not that way.
Yeah.
That is an ever-present reminder overhead.
Thankfully, it's
You know, that was another thing that's become apparent to me. Ever since that happened up there. I used to have such reverence and love for Luna, but all of that got replaced with her instead. And it didn't feel like anything was weird about that until now. She must be so disappointed. If she could actually see us now.
In my opinion, she can stay disappointed.
No, I mean, Luna would be.
Oh, Luna? Oh.
Yeah, no. I'm disappointed.
Luna, I mean...
Erina being disappointed would be probably the best outcome that I could hope for if it was just that.
Your grandmother sounds like she would have such a time at Sentinel Academy.
Yeah.
Remy!
What?
Oh,
Well, I guess she seemed enthusiastic about that idea. Okay. He didn't say yes to it yet, so... Whatever. Take that with a grain of salt. Something unrelated, don't worry. Or do, I can't stop
okay.
It was related to what I talked to Yoral about.
Oh, okay. I heard that she lost to Ferrari in a flirting contest.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about. I came up to the aftermath about it apparently, and I was confused. I was afraid to really inquire too heavily because I didn't really want to see what that entailed. Because I feel like that would result in me hearing a lot of things that I think I would have been much happier not hearing. So, I will remain blissfully ignorant of what their competition entailed content-wise.
There are a lot of people that would like to meet her. She's very complex of the institution. And I would be honored if you were amongst that
Oh, well, for him to get around the boxes.
Okay.
Given how many are probably in there, I imagine.
Do you mind if we talk in private about this?
Alright.
Oh, good God. I was wondering where all those boxes ended up.
Yeah. Yeah, we had to move things around, especially with clearing out the workshop for the forge.
Mm-hmm.
So, basically with Celestine communication being cut off. Céline is currently probably the most lucid she's been in years. And we need to figure out a way to basically keep it that way. However, there is a complication in that she has effectively been marked on her soul by Shoth, and so I don't know what exactly that entails or what we can do to try to either erase or block it.
Right. Mortal.
Droduna had left a fragment of her power in me back in Norndel, for reasons I did not fully know. As of late, in the efforts of Shoth being around me, and the greatly heightened influence of those souls that I talked about, they had been altering how I'd been thinking, how I'd been feeling, and used that as a window to attack that fragment, erase it, and replace it with his. Something that they said was something meant to help me control my sickness, but I am more fearful that there's probably more to it that I don't know, and is more likely a means of making sure that I can't defy them. Something that I, with full admittance, knowing how this is going to sound, was not able to care about until today, when this absence of the absence of all those voices, and the absence of any feeling like there's eyes on the back of my head at all times, that I can actually feel for myself. That I can actually think and realize what they've been doing to me.
Alright.
I know how it sounds, I know how it looks, but believe me, in this state, the things that I said in that meeting, if they learned that I said even half of that stuff as candidly as I did, especially things like that trickster orb that I talked about, I am afraid that they will retaliate in a way that is probably far worse than just striking me down. And I don't want that to happen. Because I don't want that to hurt any of you.
Alright.
And I don't know how long
But it
I have
seems
until they come back.
This cutoff is probably a good thing, at least in this scenario.
Yeah.
Now the question is, how do we make this more of a long-term thing, particularly for you?
This only has happened one other time where they have been fully silent, and it was after Droduna, in the form of the Golden Orb, entered my body and resulted in a dream that was that fragment. It was also the last time I had ever physically spoken to her. And she said that she knew she understood more of what was happening to me ever since I had initially come to the institution. And she said she would try to explain it, but she has never been able to do so. They've taken advantage of that, made it come across as being abandoned by them, inflaming all sorts of feelings. Fell for all of it. I can't pretend like I could have been stronger, the like, but they used her absence as a means to get more of me, to take more and more of the parts of me that they can. But that reprieve had only lasted for a day, and it was something that she did somehow to block them out, but when it wore off, they were aware of the fact and possibly were still able to somehow sense through me, but not be able to directly reach me in my mind. This is the first time where it has been not by anyone's hand that I'm aware of. And the same can be said of the other three, or at least two that I know for sure. The third is an assumption. None of us hear any of them right now. So whatever is happening goes beyond the Celestines.
Alright. This is definitely a lot to think on. But I do believe we need to figure out how we can get you to a point where you are not compromised if these voices come back.
That's why I'm trying to do what I can now, trying to do whatever I can, write down whatever I know to be true about myself, because
that's not the question. He's talking about the future.
I know, but I feel like the moment they come back, there's almost a distinct certainty that, whether consciously or not, that I might revert back to the way that I was thinking before, and not be even aware of it.
Essentially, you're writing down everything you know for certain, as you all now.
Yes.
What is true, what is lie, what you do and do not believe. You're essentially copying down a way to give a beneficial dissidence.
Things like how I only started losing faith for Luna after the moon exploded and they started shifting all that reverence I used to hold for her towards Erina. It was gradual at first, to the point I couldn't even notice it, but with them gone, it becomes painfully apparent that I only felt that way because they made me.
Well, I think this is a good first step. Talking to us, having others on your side, so that when the voices come, you have people to steer you back in the right direction. To hold you on the path you know you should be on.
Right.
And in fact, I believe the more people you have that are close to you, who you trust, who you knew you could trust even in those times when the voices spoke to you.
Yeah.
I think that is key.
It's more the consequence of what's happened under their influence, coerced or not, that I fear has poisoned the well with quite a few of them. This realization started to form after the aftermath of Scorn's fall and the effect of that spear causing all of our sicknesses to flare up at the same time. It was the first moment of such severe cognitive dissonance that I couldn't comprehend why something like that had happened, when in my head they were these people that were rightfully upset with what had happened to them and had every reason to lash out. That they were kind, they do treat me with kindness, but I don't know how authentic it is anymore. And after bringing you back, or the things that helped bring you back to us, after the events of Kaba, my mind would get flooded with this feeling of praise, of someone being unconditionally proud of me that I was doing the right thing, and it was so intense to the point that even if I tried to block it out, it would still be there. It would be there as I slept. And I can only now, with them gone, I can see it. It was practically brainwashing.
Absolutely. Using that kindness as a weapon against you.
And with this hooked onto my soul the way that it is, if it truly is able to influence my sickness at all, even if I try to fight it, I don't know if I will have the ability to do so now. At least with what I have.
Don't have the ritual materials prepared. All of my ritual shit is back at the fucking school. So I cannot take a closer look at your soul to see exactly what's going on there. However, what I can do is while we're in Halston, start to gather materials and maybe clear space somewhere for proper ritual area. See what I can see.
I just don't know how much time I have in terms of this period where I can actively help. Because I imagine if they do come back, if anything, for the safety of other people, I may have to pretend to play the part of still belonging to them. Because that's basically what's happened.
If whatever this block is dissipates, goes away, and our connection with the Celestians reopens, and these voices come back to you, I will see if I can gain audience once more with Rudona. And maybe she can help untying your soul to this Shoth entity.
Part of me doesn't even know if those souls are necessarily in on it, or if they are as much a victim of it all as well. They could very well be just as beholden to Shoth and Erina, and if they can influence me, it's not beyond the question that they could be, well, basically just mouthpieces for them.
That they offered you access to some kind of trickster orb speaks volumes of the fact that the opposition is more than willing to lie and cheat to get what they want.
They trusted me because they thought, and they were right to think at the time, that they had me under their thumb. Because I believed every single word of it and thought it made perfect sense. Of course, now I feel like the biggest fool of all, but at the same time, it was that access that made it clear, at least, they were willing to tell me things they wouldn't tell other people. Their efforts to try to sway Qualm to their side, that they've tried to get Voya and Carcosa on it and was met with indifference. Neither of them seem to care what happens at the end of the battle. But other than the immediate Celestines holding up this realm, that seems to be their other target.
Alright, well, aside from all the Celestine bullshit, I think you should take this time of clarity and make the best of it. And what I mean to say is you need to be with those close to you. Make some good memories. Be joyful, happy, be with your friends. Take this time to remind yourself that the people you surround with are not your opposition. So that even when the voices come back, even as they try to twist your thoughts, that those memories, that love in your heart for your friends is not so easily washed away.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Alright, the evening is still young. Go, drink, be merry. Well, Melvis, I'm tired. This is the first time in like 4 days Ren hasn't been in here making noises and mumbling loudly about fucking bullshit.
Well,
Thanks for your time.
Yeah,
two things I have to say to you real quick. Not you
Alright.
two, to that one.
Understood.
One, the knock at the door.
Oh. I didn't realize it had gotten that late.
Yeah. Do you still need me?
No. Just... that went better than I expected.
Yeah. Yeah, things went, really, well, I think.
Compared to what could have happened. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, I'm going to, go.
Anytime you find company, let me know. I believe
just might take you up on that offer.
To some extent.
I have a few conversations.
Perhaps not as much as this.
You thought you still keep going?
No, that's not right.
I feel like I need to talk to you. About it. Getting ideas and things, maybe. Is it a bad time? Am I interrupting?
You can
I'll be around. Oh, I'll explain later. I had a weird issue.
There's a chance we also just get there too late.
Does that have to do with scars?
I'd have to take my uniform off to show you.
Hey, Céline.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean my hair looks nice. I didn't
Thanks.
realize you were. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
They're probably not here. Don't know, having that meeting down there, might as well go see.
You get a guy who can care for you, and you're probably set for life.
There you are.
Try to explain as best as I can, and if I need any further questions, I'm expert on my side. I'll ask others to assist me.
All right.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm
Sure.
trying to figure out.
I mean, I'm willing to go. I know that Solus might be seeking somebody out when we land who is dangerous as well. He's handling it right now, the plan for it, but I might be with him. We'll see how it goes.
Dismantle this to give it out.
It's an auto follower. The division.
People that you like to hang out with.
Okay.
Lothario.
Yeah.
Well, at least I can tell him from me that Ordo specifically is also connected to Houston.
How'd it go?
So my recommendation would be if he starts fucking with Ordo people, he's gonna start with fucking people in the entirety of Houston.
He's working on it. He's working on it right now,
Best
Brady.
against you.
I didn't know that. That is great
I'll take that,
information.
thank you.
Thank you, Ren. Thank you so much.
You don't always have to do it for romance.
For his sake, work on it harder.
Really a suggestion.
Last thing I want to have is have a head roll.
Thanks. What is this?
I can't claim responsibility for him. Not entirely.
Neither will, even if it's my family.
Explicitly, looking for the dinner.
How strong is this?
For the dinner.
Oh, Ren!
Some romance novels?
No.
Hey, what do you think?
Ren, how strong is this?
To be honest.
How strong is this drink? I don't know if I actually had this one before.
Dinner date.
I wanted the dinner, but
Is it one of yours or
That
one
was
of?
pretty average. No, it's one of Caleb 5.
Okay.
The foam is the best part.
See, I just want to make sure that I can have at least one without immediately going onto my ass like they usually have.
I'm trying to get them like a really romantic.
Yeah, as you usually do.
Something's gonna happen. Hopefully sex, but we'll worry about that later.
It's like you don't really have any.
And then I'm thinking,
Regardless, things that come to light to a degree.
I was gonna do something like that for everybody. I'm like, you know what? That
Despite
also
this
works. So
clarity
we're
of
gonna
mind,
it's like
I
a
have
I don't know if we
Sounds
have enough faith in
like
the company that much.
Be for the best. As
Where are
much
people
as I
gonna
hate to
sleep?
say it.
I didn't even know what that meant.
Well, not everyone has to
At
fuck.
least,
I need to
I'm
clean.
trying what my goal was with being
crack
assuming that things go back to normal as soon as they come
Wait,
back.
is this for the singles or the couples?
Oh, okay.
So he'll be
we
single.
get the
singles down
pretend to
here.
have someone with you.
And then
As we always do.
at the dinner.
Let's enjoy the silence for a while it's here.
And then, you know, go to the
No,
door.
that's
Useless.
not only was
You
that
know,
something I intended to
make
do,
them
it's
feel
now
bad.
Useless like
Malek's
food.
orders.
That's his name.
Glad that we all
Take
planned for
advantage
this.
of the time
So
I have.
yeah. No
Are we,
pants down.
are we
tries to
provide alchemical
Oh, it's snake
Find a
now?
way
Okay,
to
that's actually a really cool
help
name.
with.
Are we gonna give out
Okay,
sheep's
okay.
nails? Is that what you're asking me?
We're not supposed to give them
More or
names
less.
because then they get murdered. But yeah.
Are they okay with that name?
Do you have a
Yeah.
stockpile somewhere?
Well, there's alchemical ways to do it. I just I don't know very much about it.
They either kill us or they get killed by Malek.
I've come as clean. I've come as clean as I could.
I think yeah, we should just call him Monkey.
I mean,
then.
if you don't want to have kids, just cut
I
off
don't
your
wanna
arms.
risk
As long as you're open and honest.
Shoot a bulletproof vest.
Holy shit.
Fries!
Why?
Cherry, oh my word!
I'm sure they'd enjoy free.
Oh my god.
Shuri!
I'm so glad you two came down here.
Did you just eat all the fries?
Please drink my
Can I
alcohol.
fries?
There's too many
Where'd
fries.
the fries go?
They're right there.
Oh, there's more?
There's more.
Oh, there's more!
I'm
Your fries?
gonna go grab the bar.
Yeah.
One second.
Yeah, French fries.
I love French fries.
Should we? Yeah, right.
I've never had one. I think. Yeah.
Me? I'm too busy focusing on other things.
They're really good.
Good.
I'm gonna have a conversation with husband now.
I mean,
What are you
there
drinking?
people on the board.
I don't know! It's a drink!
Me? What? Wait, hold it. Me as well as in.
I said enjoy.
Oh, enjoy. I
I
thought you said come with you. Sorry.
Tastes like cranberry. Is that cranberry?
No.
No, you've been dragged around all over the place. You deserve some rest on a good couch.
Wow. I'm in love.
Well, I mean, he has like 3, doesn't he?
I get the big couch.
Well, I have like an arranged.
This seems like an opportunity. This seems like the kind of situation where I am getting so wild I need to let my hair down.
Then who?
I mean to.
Do like a dinner date
Oh,
thing?
not. Who?
Like a candlelit dinner date thing?
You know what?
Just make sure how much. Yeah.
You're lucky you're pretty. Anyway.
It's one of the few things I have going for me. Thanks.
Wow, that just shut down all the conversation.
It's one of the best things you got going for you.
Aww.
I'm actually busy that day.
Oh man. God damn it.
Find someone, buddy.
I can't find anyone to go with.
What?
Free dinner involved.
There's auxiliary, like.
You gotta have a
No
date,
one around.
otherwise I'm here for
What
the
kind of
single
dinner?
people.
We haven't figured out the menu yet.
In my
I'm
head,
also
I
trying to
keep
figure
thinking
out
like a good like
romance.
halibut.
Me?
Like when you go with someone to do things.
I don't know.
Because everybone's been doing it lately.
Right, maybe
Yeah,
we could
that's
do,
the
we could
word.
do rabbit. Yeah, you know, I would too. I do love.
I'm the wrong person to ask about that.
Really, I thought you had like 5 of those type of things going on at one point.
No.
Yeah.
No. I was gonna say, did we hunt anything that we haven't used up while we were in,
Oh, okay.
It doesn't end.
Too many voices in that conversation. I will never get heard. I'll just be over here, enjoying this drink.
No. That's a culture thing from the island I'm from. It's an antiquated culture thing. Doesn't really happen.
Offering free dinner for anyone who will romance him.
Yeah.
Romance.
Magic.
That's the verb now.
For my grandfather and my uncle. They both still.
I like it more than romance.
They both still practice the old ways.
That's true.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't you? Doesn't that mean you get like they're doing
You
it?
can say it in like Ren's accent.
It's not the same thing!
How is it not the same thing?
There's lines between every corner of the triangle. It's not like one point that goes out in a fan, like I think what they...
What is happening?
Oh, they fine for the
I don't know. I'm gonna do my
What does that mean?
I don't fucking know. Ask him. He's the one who knows about that culture, not me.
Can you explain the triangle to me?
Can I beg a potion off here?
That's
Sure. It still tastes good, so.
You're blocking my path.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I was hoping
I just need answers right now, Luca.
heavy alcohol.
I've only.
Maybe the one that asked for the triangle thing. I don't really know about that.
Not sure. Yeah.
What?
Look, when a man loves a woman, loves a man, loves a woman. Very much.
I've had one. You have been reading the books.
No, I haven't.
You have books on this?
Yeah, Lucia has books on it. You should ask her all about it.
Oh,
where are they?
Are they talking about the birds and the bees? I read
Okay, wait, what exactly?
They had those in the library.
I need the books.
I don't know. Okay, what
trying to
type?
make
What school am I thinking? Okay, I have a book still. Would you like it?
Yeah.
You can go down.
Yeah, please.
You can read,
Oh,
right?
God.
Yeah, I can read this for a minute.
I'll bring it back. You're not gonna ruin this book in any manner.
No, I can read.
Beyond. They can give us all the talk beforehand.
Not unless it's a really good story. No, not like it's a story book.
What story? What book is
Maybe
this
ask
called?
people who are in a relationship how to romance.
We can
That is a good idea, actually.
Oh, absolutely.
Would you know anything about that?
I mean, relationships.
I just realized that. Oh, wait.
It's about a swap.
Episode so we can bring soups and burial echo.
Lady
Oh,
Bird.
Céline.
Sounds really
Yes.
bad.
Would you like an egg?
An egg? What just a
Yeah.
regular egg?
Yeah, just an
Yeah,
egg.
it's not a
Huh?
novel.
Why was that in the fish's mouth?
It's a mystery egg.
Oh.
Oh, it just goes there sometimes. Fish gets hungry.
Okay.
About everywhere he went.
I didn't know his.
What do I do with it? Do
Mystery egg.
I take care of it? Is it
Up
gonna
to you.
hatch into something? What do I do with it?
It's from our mystery bowl. We have a bowl of mystery eggs. We just find eggs. Sometimes they're boiled, sometimes they're raw, sometimes they're from different birds. Like we'll go in nests and we'll grab them. So we just have a bowl of like mystery eggs.
You just
So
take
could be
eggs
boiled,
from
could
the...
be ready to hatch. Yeah,
Oh.
we just take eggs everywhere we go. We find eggs.
It's the mystery yellow barrel.
Not gonna settle down with.
I
No, that's the eggs.
see.
She might break into.
Oh, the egg.
We also have our big bowl of yellow. We have our big barrel of yellow slop there. It's everything yellow we find, but it seems to just be endless. You know our Ferrari stacker? He went in there one day and he was gone. Like we reached in, gone completely.
Stacker went in and
I pulled a bottle of stacker.
I tied a rope around
Damn.
Winter and put her in there, and I went through 10 feet of rope.
Damn.
Yeah, he does.
Are you sure that you didn't? Are you sure you haven't made a portal to another plane in that barrel? By all the things you
I
found.
know, right? Could be a portal to the lumen.
Because he's significantly.
The lumen is yellow.
Well, they done it. I pulled it back out of it.
Do not put me in there. No. I don't want to go.
That'd be really funny.
I don't want to go in the barrel.
Yeah, I'm gonna read this every day, all night.
Why? I left for a few seconds. Why are we putting him in a barrel?
Yet another reason to
always tell
change
because
my
you
color
know
to blue, so they don't fucking put
It's
me in
like
a barrel.
Being appraised by a like a predator animal that's like looking.
And how about an individual told me about what he saw and told me to seek him out.
But I don't want to.
Was she on Ignis?
You want to like go somewhere that isn't as open as that.
So we're just left a half-eaten apple sitting here. Clean up your trash, people. Wonder if this stuff would actually be at all helpful to me if we could find a way to prevent it from exploding the second my sickness flares up. I suppose it is an option, but it would require us to understand how to make that stuff into divine patterns. As far as I know, we don't know that yet.
Malik available?
If you're not, you hear faintly.
Anyway, consensus says it's a normal
is it
bottle.
It's a normal bottle. We'll get bigger bottles for you when we're in Holston, I'm sure. I mean, I'm using the size of Barrett, I'm sure
That would be
there's
considered a
some
small
more
bottle in
normal
Droza, just saying.
Well, I mean, we could
Bottles?
buy you a cup.
Probably. I mean, there's also glass blowers there, probably. Or at least maybe one.
People can blow glass?
That's how it's...
That's how they make it.
That's how they make it.
They don't forge it?
No.
Sorta, kinda.
I mean,
In a
sort
way,
of.
it's, I suppose.
The way that they end up
You
making
melt
it
it down,
hollow is
and
that they
then-
use tools to effectively blow air into the molten glass so that it expands outwards and then cools.
Like a bubble.
Like
It's shaped like a tube. Go.
Yeah, that's what happens when you snap it off the end. Because you snap it off the part where you blew, and it doesn't reform. So there's a hole in the top. You can sort of pinch it into a shape.
I'm not following. Well, then how do they make them like that?
Like that? They squish it,
But it's
and then
hard.
they cut it. Not if
They
it's super
sometimes
hot.
have molds.
It melts.
True. Yeah.
People make things weird.
Yeah, you
I mean, people make things.
find a lot of
Everything's got its
strange
way.
things the more you look into how stuff is actually made.
It's just like how people here forge things. They're all so weak.
What do you drink, Captain?
This is one of those perspective things.
What do you drink?
There's a standard, and you supersede it.
No, I'm not talking about physical strength, like their tools are so easily broken.
They're built to take a certain amount of punishment that you supersede.
That's a shove, I suppose.
I don't understand. I'm from tools last you a lifetime.
Well, they're built for folk like you.
Everyone has their own palate.
The tools you're breaking are built for folk who don't have your strength or, endurance.
But I see you'll break tools all the time.
I don't know you're old enough to say.
Could you not teach them what?
Hope you don't mind the small talk.
How they're made in
I realized
their
I
way,
used my
I
time
guess.
wisely to get to know you
I'm not allowed.
better.
Do not know all the secrets.
We can talk.
Unfortunate.
Part of it is Aethertech tools are complicated and they got delicate bits inside. More specialized something is, more likely it is to have more points of failure, as it were.
makes sense.
Do you think they'll really be reviving?
Say, Quinn, what have you been up to today?
I already had heard reports of one in the area.
Mom! I've been in the
Mom! What the heck?
They're screaming for Malik.
Why is Malik mom?
Because they.
Whoever taught them to do that, they now.
Well, their understanding. Their understanding is they have been adopted by Rosewood, and since he's in charge of Rosewood,
they're calling him mother and calling Altera's father.
If you yell again at this hour, I will throw you off the side.
Don't throw them off the side.
Oh.
just threaten to tell Octaris on him.
Yeah, just tell Dad.
That did not sound like he loved you.
Please don't encourage them.
By all means, if you want to try again, go for it.
This has been going on all day, Céline. You have no idea.
Listen, all I know is that they learned the word vibing, and then it went downhill from there.
That was the start. That was within like 10 minutes of us getting up.
Yeah. And look how far they've come in just a single day.
Mom loves me tomorrow.
They're such a...
I'm leaving that.
They're so...
I'm not... Quinn,
Why is
what were you reading? What were you reading about? We're leaving this. We're leaving this topic.
No,
the
only thing I want to say is, why is it always the ones that are so verbose that are always the weirdest?
They've learned too much.
You're so right.
But yes, what book were you reading, Quinn?
It was studies on chloromancy.
Yeah? You picking it back
you
up?
You want to learn?
Oh.
One day. Again.
Oh, again. So you previously did chloromancy?
Yes.
What made you stop? Yeah. What? That it?
Her, condition.
It's not for us to ask.
I can
Nonetheless, it's good to see you picking it back up.
Oh,
You tried planting yourself.
The mainnet was looking for you.
Me?
Yes.
Which one?
What?
You said...
You said...
There's only one.
Main is looking for you.
Main. I heard teammate, so I was like, which one?
Oh,
sorry.
no, Mainif. It's like human dominating.
Yes, I know who Mainif is.
Again.
I was not kicked off of Aqua.
Sorry, okay, sorry.
Oh, what?
Where is she?
What do you want?
Mainnet.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh.
I'm following you. I assumed you were showing me where she was.
I don't know. I thought I saw her go down.
I have
this way.
taken a look at some books,
Maybe tavern.
Oh, God, I just left the tavern.
Sleep.
Oh, that is a very clean door. He's like the front.
I didn't talk to myself.
You know what? That's fair.
That is
We both know
that that's
wrong.
that's okay. I do it sometimes too.
It looks
Hello.
Okay, yeah, you were right.
What did you say? What the fuck? I never said that there wasn't.
I know. I was just saying. This was going to be the last place I checked because I was just here. He hasn't said yes. He hasn't said yes to it yet.
Not because the last place you think to look, because you stop looking.
Not
at
that
it,
I know
you check
of.
It, so it's
So
the last place
I don't want to try.
Unless it is always going to be the last place you check.
And
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop
Sunny
involving
cut
myself
it
for
some
what
so
happened.
that
Because the stuff
was
that you was right is also
better
the
and
my time in here.
did a little
Hey, what's up?
thing to it in the process.
The last place to check.
Stop
My
investing
son
in
was
that.
like,
It looks
oh,
good.
I was told you were looking
for
for me.
It's like, nah, it's just
I want you to look away.
Want to see how you were doing.
idiot. I'm an idiot, ain't that? Soup, I'm an idiot.
You want to go upstairs? We can.
Probably a upstairs
I'm
thing.
predicting the future.
It's
I
a
don't think it'll
long
go well, whatever
subject.
happens.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I mean, we do
know
still
what love
need
is. I'm
a
pretty sure you're aromantic.
sexual
Yeah.
education
I don't know what it
course.
is. I also don't know how that works.
If you're having fun, that's good. It's the day to do it.
Or are the stars making what they should be?
And
Specifically, I saw was. Well,
Hey, you too.
hey.
Something happening?
No, I was telling
Just
him
waiting.
about.
Okay.
I was telling him about my first vision that I had back in Norandel. The whole aspect of fighting you and Jackson within the fighting pits.
The one where you woke up on the cliff with the princess and
Yes, and Yorl, and we were all half naked, which was very concerning.
What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Yeah. Strange how these things happen.
You know, I'm not questioning that one.
honestly, it's a lot to question.
Easier if we don't.
Yeah. So, were you at the god meeting?
I came in at the very end.
Also,
well, most at the end, but
you said I did something with my hair. I could say the same of you.
yeah.
Decided to put it up a little
Finally
bit.
changed it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, change it up more than it was.
Fair enough.
It was getting a lot longer too.
So
it was getting long.
Did you hear the things that I contributed?
No, I did not.
So, the absence of the gods and Celestines replying to people, or making any sign of people's prayers being heard, or at least acknowledging them, went deeper than that. My connection to the Umbral Souls was also severed. Well, theoretically severed. They're not here right now. I don't feel them. So
That's interesting.
whatever's happening affects them as well, and you especially, I am so sorry that I dragged you into all this. Because without their influence in my head to alter how I'm thinking, without Shoff looking over my shoulder, all of this is wrong. This wasn't me. I was being tempered and not even realizing it. And I may only have this clarity until they come back. And so I've been trying to do everything I can to make it right while I can. I've told them everything. Except one thing. I have not mentioned you at all. Because regardless of what happens to me, you don't need to follow in that if you... But... I was wrong.
Céline.
I believe that they do believe what they are doing is just and right, and I still understand why they feel the way they do. But the things that they've done to me in the process, the way that they've shifted how I fought, how I feel, what I say, what I do, slowly enough that it never took notice until now, when that cognitive dissonance was too much and it shattered everything as I unraveled, you watched me break to pieces that night.
Yeah.
I
was worried for you.
I've gone too far. I let too much happen before this. And now I'm stuck with something that's bound to my soul that I can't just give back. And quite honestly, when they come back, if I don't keep pretending the part while they try to do what they can with what I've given them while I'm in my own mind, I don't know what will happen. I don't think it will be as simple as striking me down. I feel like that would be too merciful for them. I feel like they would use me to do something truly awful. And I dare not think of what that could be.
You don't need to apologize to me, Céline. I willingly walked into this with you.
Yeah, but...
Yes, perhaps, but even though it wasn't necessarily you, I still did. You're a friend to me, Céline. You were the first that I got to meet and speak with. You took the time out of your conversations to speak with me. I remember. I enjoyed that talk. It was nice getting to speak with you.
Still,
and
I've put you in a position where your loyalties to the initiative are at risk of being questioned, and
I know.
I don't want my mistakes to become yours. I should never have let it get this far before I sought help in other people. I shouldn't have. I say shouldn't have. I don't know how I was ever meant to win without this accidental reprieve they've given me. When I was up against literal brainwashing in my own mind and my sleep after doing horrific acts.
I know. I don't blame you. I'm not angry at you.
Still.
I told you I would look after you. And protect you as best I could because I didn't want you, despite everything.
I know.
It wasn't fair to you. And a part of me did want to understand. Still does want to understand.
As do I.
Why are we stuck in this game?
Why
are we pulled into this?
I realize if I don't find a way to free myself from this, I may already be past a point of no return. I have to trust that the people that I've told will understand and believe me when if the voices come back, if Shoff comes back, and they somehow don't find out what I've done, what I've said. I have to try to force those memories down, don't let them access it, not even hint at it with anyone else. Fervently deny it if anyone tries to talk to me about it. That...
Céline. I told you
I have to
once
trust
before.
that they understand that if I change and I start acting the way I did before, that it's not me trying to trick them.
Would you like my help still in this?
Always. Just not if it is a risk to your own safety.
It's only a risk until I'm exposed, but then that's for anything. And at this point, I think I'm also partially too deep as well.
Who knows at this point? Who knows what we're even walking into? We are blatantly walking into something that we know is, well, if not a trap, the most harrowing experience that one can experience in this life. Knowing that a Leviathan is coming, and that a lot of suffering will follow.
I know. Then it's only fair I should tell you this now. Do you remember what I told you what I found in Connor's room?
The shrine? What, shrines?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
Following that, I don't know whether to call it a dream or a vision or what the fuck, I don't even know. I had something happen. Woke up in, or at least my mind woke up in black. Oppressive black. Felt hard to breathe. Felt like walking a tightrope that was ready to snap. And there were two white eyes staring at me.
That seems reminiscent of Shoff.
Or it was Arena, because that was Arena's shrine. I don't know which one it was. There was no words, nothing. But there was a feeling of familiarity. Almost... I wouldn't say oppressive. It was... How do I describe it? I don't even know how to describe it. It wasn't...
engulfing?
No, it didn't even feel like it was... It was partially engulfing, but it didn't feel...
smothering. Did you feel scared?
Almost.
Did you feel safe?
I mean, I felt a bit scared. It felt a mixture of scared, yet safe. That would be a good way of describing it. It was like that fine balance of it could be either or, and if you took one step to either side, you'd feel it more strongly on either side. That's what it felt like.
So,
and then
cornered without
I woke up.
Immediate threat.
Didn't even feel like it was cornered.
Well, I mean,
it was
in
just
the sense that if you went any direction, it got stronger, but...
Yeah.
That means...
And then it just... And then I woke up.
One of the last things that have come of, well, any interaction with the Celestines. Because now it's at the point where people are saying that any effort to pray seems to be just being... feeling like it is empty.
And I haven't done any
and
such since.
I
haven't done any such since
in this
then.
clear state of mind, I'm almost of a mind to attempt to try to call out to Durdona, but I fear that, one, it will not work, and two, that, if anything, it will be seen by...
Yeah.
I mean...
them.
Yeah, I mean, you even remember what they said about the trickster, that if I prayed to Durdona that they would hear and they would be the one that came. So
And I can't do it either because it would mean the exact same thing could potentially happen.
Exactly. I told them all about its existence. They already knew that they could do it. You remember the paper that was passed around, which was why I felt it was something I could at least safely bring up without, you know...
I remember. Yeah.
But I told them the truth, that it's an orb known to Shoff as capable of doing it, and that it was offered to me as a present.
Yeah.
One meant to
I
keep
don't...
me safe, which, ironically...
Honestly, it was to keep both of us safe, funnily enough.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, me telling the truth about it may have ultimately served the purpose it was meant to do, but not in the way that they wanted.
Maybe.
Because I'm hoping that I've told people the truth about this mark as much as I could comfortably share. That it was somewhat coerced, that I did not feel like I was really in control of my actions as much as I thought I was.
Yeah.
But that I ultimately still was influenced to allow them to rip that fragment out of me and replace it with this, but I'm hoping that me telling them the truth and all this will convince them of the sincerity of this. That despite what I've done, despite how I acted under their tempering, that I truly regret it.
Hey. End of the day, I will do my best to help you. Whether influenced or not, for both of our sakes. We walked this path.
Okay.
Whether we wanted to or not. But at the very least, I can make this promise to you. If you need me to stop you, I will be the one to do it for you. I don't want to, but I will make that promise that I can do that for you.
And at this point in time, that promise may need to be upheld. So long as
I will do what I can to pull you back.
Bound on my soul, I cannot be certain that I will not be able to avoid doing their will anymore.
I know.
And that in that
but I'm not gonna let you walk it alone.
I know.
Hey. Regardless of what happens, Céline, I will be here. For good or ill, you have me here with you by your side. If I have to, I will pull you back. If I have to, I will stop you. Just as I know you would do the same for me.
Okay. Just... I will try to remain as much myself as I can if or when they come back.
Can you think of giving me a sign?
I will try to give some sign that their voices are back. Maybe I'm just excited and happy about it or something, you know. What they expect
Use the name that they gave me. Use the name. Because only you and I would know of it.
Fair enough. It is true.
It's the easiest way.
I am at least trying to, while I have my mind to myself, and they do not influence or control or hopefully even see my actions. I'm trying to
If there is anything else
truths about me.
If there's anything that you want to keep hidden, like a task for me to do or something, so that they don't see it, Write it down and give it to me. As soon as you can. I'll keep that safe.
Yeah.
And when that time comes, I will enact upon it for you.
Yeah. I have to enact as many defenses as I can while I still am able to help myself.
Yeah. We'll figure this out, Céline.
Okay.
Not sure I'm content with that. Not trying to be content with any level, honestly. Kinda just want to keep going, see what the actual full limits are, but that requires like 80 years of life, so that's gonna be a whole thing.
Someone go in. Okay, well, I'm gonna head to bed. So if you see Lefron,
Okay.
let him know I went headed at time done early.
Alright.
I don't know who is in the room, but we'll find out. Anyways. Take care.
Bye.
I think I have to talk to Alea about some stuff. I want to know what a phoenix looks like.
Not sure.
Good idea for my next spell.
Butterfly.
Some idea, but
Oh yeah.
I don't know if there's a specific look that they have.
That's what I'm thinking. You know, I could do Bird of Fire, but like, you know, gonna be a little more, I don't know, disappointing when I'm trying to be all heroic and cool, and all of a sudden I'm shooting Sparrow of Flame at someone.
Fair enough.
That I think more Eagle.
Eagle of Fire, yeah?
I feel like that would be better than a Sparrow at least. Sparrow would be like Prayer Circle.
Are you trying to ease down into Falcon?
I mean, I think just something that has rather large wingspan, because I think the biggest focal point of it will be the fire wings.
At that point, we're not making
Isn't the largest bird like the pigeon?
dragon.
No.
The pigeon is the largest? I don't think that doesn't seem right.
I've seen
the largest wingspan per bird, like for the rest of the bird, right? Like, so it's fine.
Come on, go, 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 go!
What the fuck? Hello?
I need help! I need help! I need help!
Guys!
Get out of there! Okay. What? Are you okay? Come on. Come on. Come on. Put it on. Put it on there. You got a tool? You got a tool?
What?
Come on.
Put the gun down!
Did you guys run into the stairs?
I'll hold it. I'll hold it.
Come on. They are in the vents.
No. He's been bedazzled. He's infected.
Yeah.
Okay, they got me.
Oh, we have to quarantine this one.
Yep.
Maybe not.
The Stitches got another one.
Ooh. Oh, I see.
It'll never get out. There'll always be glitter on me.
I think you three should head down to medical.
It's their vents now.
Sure
It's been their vents for like the last 2 months. But where's your fucking shirt?
Yeah, why is your shirt going?
Don't know.
It's probably being tailored as we speak.
They got my Gambison too.
Okay. You got any like injuries or anything? You guys like, you know?
I will never not have glitter on all my stuff.
Okay.
I think that's psychological.
My condolences.
I thought that there was.
I'm sorry for your loss.
I thought that there was a rift beast in there from how much you all were panicking. That
would have been bad, yeah.
Well, actually,
Yes, you
when
had
we
me
first
ready
got
to
on this
completely-
ship, there were rift beasts in the air vents. That's what killed Kingsley.
Yeah, that was.
They must be feeding on their corpses.
Yeah, one of our members died on
have
this
to be.
boat. You kind of forget that a fair amount of time.
The only thing that makes sense.
And we've cleared out the ship now when all is well.
Yeah, I would like to make it clear that there have not been any further rift beasts in the vents after that first encounter.
A-okay. There are no more rift beasts. I mean, there's something else in there now.
That's good.
Yeah, and from the way you guys freaked out, I almost say you found that more harrowing.
They almost got us.
I thought I could handle it.
Why were you in the vents in the first place?
They have it. They have my device. You heard the owl, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's them. Every time you hear it, it's them.
They've learned mimicry?
But no, they have a device that mimics owls, specifically.
I hate this. I hate this.
Yeah, the rabbit.
Green with the bird mask.
Yeah, Oxforce. They were in the vents apparently trying to find the device that made the owl noise that apparently they have. So basically they brought this on themselves. Thanks. Mostly Sunny trying to make it a bit more manageable and fix the fact that there was like 5,000 split ends from a lot of fighting.
What? It'd be made out of glass.
Well, it's made of glass. So you just put it in the drink and just shift it over really quick. Part of it breaks, and then you can drink it.
So, a couple, I don't know if you've already heard already, some people took adventures into the vents and, the Stitches found them. One of them is now completely covered in glitter.
I don't know who that is, but that's horrifying.
I also don't know who
So,
that is.
there was a group of tailors that we met in Norandel that when we left there for the first time on this airship, they had snuck on board and hid in the ventilation shafts throughout the ships. Despite multiple efforts to try to get them out, they seem to have somehow still persisted, and they are still down there, and they are very weird.
So we have people going around the vents who could pop out of any of them at any time.
Yes, and if they catch you, they
Later,
will.
somebody?
If they catch you, they will bedazzle you, or potentially completely remake your clothing. They have pulled people into the vents, and they've come out in fully tailored suits.
If they do that to me, I'll go through the entire vent system and kill them.
Just don't go into the don't go into the vents, and if you hear just giggles of "Ooh, brother!" or anything like that, you know they're near. They are. How do I say?
So no one in this initiative is normal, to answer your question from earlier.
Yes, no one's normal.
Not a single one.
I don't think anyone left in this world is normal at this point.
I was gonna say, I think anybody who is still around has just lost the ability to be normal. We give up a lot of things. Weird is the new normal at this point. I think being normal would be weird.
It seems like that's the case, yeah.
I feel like if there are normal people, they're probably on the ground.
You know, I feel like I'm pretty normal for a demon, so...
That is true. That's a completely different demographic.
I was gonna say, don't let the influence of people around you change that then, because it seems to be infectious.
I mean, the influence of people makes it so that I don't eat you people, so I think I'll keep listening to it.
You know what? Fair, valid, you raise good points. I concede.
I guess that technically makes me a weird demon, then.
Weird by demons, but in general, I don't know.
I think it averages out if you consider demons and non-demons together.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Sarah, you're on a ship with like a lot of non-demons. I think you're doing great by fitting in.
I would say, look at it pretty much however you want to. I don't think anyone's
I
out
last
to.
liver today, so we'll see how it goes.
All right.
If some Ferrari go missing, it wasn't me.
Honestly, at this point, if they go missing, I'm going to assume it was Malik throwing the ones that keep calling him Mom off the edge.
I actually woke him up not too long ago.
I know, I was there. I saw that. And I was pretty sure he was, if were it not for the fact that he just did not want to come out here, I think he would have probably broken a window to get to them. Either that or he couldn't be bothered getting through the giant maze of boxes. And have you been in there?
No.
No.
There... It's like floor-to-ceiling boxes of opalite metal and crystals. Almost every single available square inch on the ground. With, like, just the tiniest pathway to get to, like, the other half of the room. It is...
More of a reason
Like the
not
ones
to
at
go
the
there,
end of the hallway?
I feel like one
kind of like the end of the
left swerve
hallway,
in that room, then.
but even more. Like 10 times as much.
A reason for me to never go in there. I do not trust the crystals.
Yeah, I try to keep my distance from them as well, mostly because of knowing that, at least if this sickness flare-ups happen, there is a non-zero chance that I could just make them explode by being near them, so I try to keep away on purpose. At least this hand definitely does. They made me test that. It was unpleasant.
Yes, you still have your
Sounds like a completely normal scenario to be in.
Yep. Very normal.
For here.
Looked down at your cup.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Just looked down at your cup. It was on your hip. But you left it.
You must be seeing things.
Seeing
I'm probably the
things.
person with the best vision here right now. You can hide nothing from me in the dark.
Don't make it sound like a challenge.
You will merely adapt to the dark. I was born in it.
Born in the dark.
Like most demons, underground.
Did you see right there I'm trying to find them?
I've not. They might have turned in.
Oh, alright.
Yeah, I haven't exactly seen them wandering around up here. But I've only been up here for a little bit.
They were with...
Oh, see? There's the victim.
I forget her
I'm emptying
name.
my
She's on
pockets.
Ventus.
Elenia...
And she does alchemy. Jacqueline.
Oh, Jacqueline.
Last I saw them heading that way.
And I'll stay
I'm going
away
to-
from there.
I'm going to
Thank you
to
for
sleep
telling me.
before I get glittered.
He's really going good right now. There's a lot in my pockets.
Truly the worst fate. He's never going to get that off.
So you never clarified, are these people like free to like capture, imprison, or kill?
I don't
Are they, like,
know. I
put
feel
into
like
the initiative.
I honestly at this point I don't even know. We've tried to find them and we can't. And anytime that they find you, it's too late.
If they're just hiding the events, the easy solution is just to torch the vents.
They've tried that. Acteris has tried that. It didn't work.
That sounds like murderous intent to me, which is also more concerning that it didn't work.
Acteris, I think Acteris tried to basically like fumigate the vents to like get them to leave, and somehow that didn't work. I don't know at this point. I'm afraid to ask because I feel like it's just one of those things where, like the glitter, we're never going to be rid of them, but they seem at least benign enough to limit their antics to throwing glitter on people and fixing up or wildly altering one's outfit. They at least seem to have some degree of decent fashion, at least. So at least if they do change their clothes, it doesn't look awful. It's just, you know, there's a certain degree of
but that's just a very objective thing.
terror of being pulled into a vent and coming out completely different.
Yeah, you completely at the whims of like somebody else's fashion sense, which is not the best.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer that to a lot of other things that one would normally imagine happening if, you know, there were people crawling around the vents and, jumping out at people. So
True.
I will take at least the one that I know that I will survive. Maybe my dignity won't, but that can be fixed. I have a way. It's one of those things where, in this case, they kind of brought it in on themselves because they went down into the vents themselves to crawl around trying to find them. And, you know...
That is true, that's hubris.
Yeah, so, like, this time it wasn't even, like, you know, the Stitch's fault. They went looking for them. So... what can you do? Yeah. It's just kind of one of the stories that ends up getting passed around here. Everybody learns about them eventually. Some more directly than others. But if you see any boxes stacked on top of the vents down in the bunk hallways, that's why.
They're all wrapped up in their own stuff. It's better this way anyway. Hey guys.
Hey.
Hi.
Hello.
Why do I feel like it's somehow going to get colder when we get on the ground and when we're up in the air once we land?
Hopefully that is not the case.
The wind, maybe. That's all I got.
Yeah. Actually, not a whole lot of people up here, so maybe I can take the opportunity. Don't worry, sometimes I need to air out the hand a bit because I keep it bandaged all the time. I had to let it out sometimes. Yeah, it's just, you know. Not that. There we go. Much better. I need to go down to the medical area, change these out. I've had these ones on for a while.
It's good hygiene.
Yeah. I just try to keep it covered for people's comfort. Not that it really does much anymore, because it glows through them now.
You could try a glove, maybe.
It's true, but then I'd have to keep replacing it any time that my arm changes form.
I guess that's fair.
The bandages, at least, are more readily replaceable. That said, I tried to come check on you when everything started going haywire after that spear came down, but those who were already there said it would be better if I didn't approach, and I just kind of took it at face value. But I hope you were alright at that time.
I was not, but I am fine now.
To be fair, I don't think any of us were affected by it, but I mean... Hey, Sonny.
Hi, sweetie. Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm just airing out the hand a bit. Taking advantage of...
quiet?
Yes, they are. I don't know when they're going to come back, but I'm trying to take advantage of it while I can. Have some,
Okay.
you know, meaningful interactions with people.
Everyone's convinced the stars are winking out of existence.
Sorry to interrupt. Good to see you.
I don't know. I think they're just twinkling.
Me and They're gonna go lay down, I think.
It's just the winter air.
All right.
Yeah.
Good night.
I mean, some of them have disappeared, I hear, but they don't look particularly unusual to me.
Good night, you two.
Sonny. Sonny, come here.
Oh.
Come here. Good night.
So, if you don't mind me asking,
Go rest.
how long has all of this been the case for you? I've
I'm alright. If you
not
would like
had
a hug, I'll give you a
all
hug.
of this for too long, but the earliest was like 5 or 6 years ago at this point.
Go rest.
It's hard to recall how long it's been. But
Fair
it
enough.
has been a good handful of years that I...
How do you feel about philia?
That's a broad question.
Has it always been
You know,
at the severity it is now, or has it grown
de-escalated a couple arguments between
stronger
your team and
over
my
the
team.
years like it
She
has on my end?
called all hands just to get everyone on the same page and
has
try and
gotten
galvanize everybody.
It always does.
I think that the meeting was well intentioned but
Does it
conceived.
feel the same way for you, being
It needed a little
near
more
any
polish,
of
but
us?
it wasn't bad. I
like
feel like
how
once it got rolling, it
some
found
have
its
felt
legs.
I think
this resonance, practically.
there were clearly some things that people didn't know.
No.
But I also think that the vast majority of the things that were not included in
If you
Alex'
are
notes are
feeling-
still not known to the broader group.
I shouldn't be as close as I am to you.
It's...
I was told to stay away.
I mean... I still feel something, but... Probably comparatively to the other three.
I think she's always been smarter than a lot of people
I...
give her credit for.
The things that the enemy has put onto me have, in some ways, helped with that.
Like I said,
I
relatively poorly conceived.
still feel that resonance near you, but it's not nearly as strong. It's not
with people the plan
to the point that it feels discomforting, nauseous.
I think the fact that the conversation did not devolve into,
of course, that is its own worry because of what else it could theoretically do, but that's a worry I've only been able to really voice with
I was waiting for it,
the voices
but to be honest, I
gone.
was pretty confident she could talk it down.
They are gone for you too.
The
Yeah.
other aspect that I'm...
This has only ever happened one other time, and it took the direct intervention of Droza to do it. And it only was for a day.
I think a message of...
So right now, them not being here makes it
accepting
possible for me to think clearly. Because it's become readily apparent that they've been trying to temper me for a long while, and it was working very well.
I think a message of accepting all viewpoints is not particularly beneficial when we have a, clear adversary.
What do you mean?
I think not to judge overly harshly those who
Over time,
may have not, of their own choice,
a lot of
been put in a position.
their efforts of me have been meant to slowly but steadily break down my own sense of self to the point that I couldn't comprehend what they were doing to me until it became too apparent that, well, the damage was done.
Her goal, it felt
They
like
changed my affections for the
it felt
god I
like she
used
was
to
just
pray
much in the
to
dark about certain things and some other
towards
folk.
her,
I feel like she
Erina,
was mostly just leading the charge as a
toward they've
one
made
of those
me
people. She
not
identified a
feel,
problem, and I think she solved it, or tried to solve it.
well, the
rather.
way I should about honestly terrible things being done, and
I would have talked with
practically
a couple
got
other
to the point
folks,
where I was
or
getting
maybe gotten Malik on
almost
board, gone over
controlled
some
by
bullet
them
points,
to
but
let them do what they wanted to me until so that I would basically be
I don't know.
well,
Basically, ever since the camping stuff,
belonging to them, and even
there's
if
some
I
conversations I had
somehow
with Malik
broke out
about
of what they were
how,
doing to condition me with all this
the camping
emotional
trip and some other stuff he had been
manipulation
supposed
and
to do.
coercion
just
that I
meant to
wouldn't
be
be able to do
leadership
anything
tests.
about it. That's what I mean by tempering.
Is that not
It's just the idea.
And I'm afraid it's going to come back the second that the
Well,
voices
I think
do.
he started picking it up, but he confirmed it just blatantly. He's trying to shape everyone who's in a leadership position to do a bit better.
I'm sure it is unlikely, but I hope the silence isn't temporary.
I pitched it to Philia that she should maybe
I
step up.
fear what the silence may be heralding.
Yeah, there was a conversation.
Given what the
ago about
silence
the three of us meeting
previously, well, actually not even silence,
who would take the
what their
tenant,
disinterest in us led to. I don't know if it was the same for you,
Yeah,
but when
I just think
they were sticking to themselves,
better choice
talking to each other practically, and that was all leading up to the destruction of the moon and Luna.
Parent party's what? Being Myrtos?
For them to be so preoccupied that they're not just amongst themselves but gone
I was under the assumption Myrtesh was just out of
leads
the
something
period, but
more.
apparently that was still a discussion that was being had. No. Now, to Myrtesh's credit, he actually stepped up
What
and
that
said,
could possibly
"I'm not
be,
fit
I
for
don't
the
know.
position.
If
I
it was
shouldn't be
just
taking
this, I'd be
whenever
honestly
that's
more
happening."
terrified, but the fact that it's extend it to the fact that if all efforts to reach out to the gods feel the same sense of absence makes me less certain of what it means.
Idea was floated that maybe he returned, which was unknown to me.
I wish I had guesses.
It's alright.
Well, that was also a discussion.
I mean, people exchanging information is probably the best thing that we can do in that regard.
I've just been thinking back to all my interactions.
If there is at least anything that can be done, if we somehow find out what it is that it's leading up to. I just don't know what that would really mean. 'Cause I mean, right now where we're going is entirely because of the vision that we saw, and we don't even know if it's a trap or not.
Vision.
One of the other initiative members is a seer, one that, I believe that they call them prophets. The same day that we ended up leaving, they got a vision of us being at the location that we were at, or that we're heading towards Stronghold Halston. And it involved a Leviathan, one that we were, at least several people were apparently dying to. As for the outcome of that fight, I don't know, but it didn't seem very promising, at least with initial information, but that is also just a possibility, not necessarily the definite form that the future will take. But us being there makes it possible, so I am worried.
And what if it is true?
I don't know. Quite honestly, on a personal level, no. I don't think anyone does. Right now, most of my planning has been entirely based around the fact that I have this heightened clarity of self right now. Trying to take as much advantage of that as I can. Hey.
Good evening.
I hope you've been well.
I'm all right, Gwen.
Yes.
Good. And you, Céline?
Better than I have been, admittedly. Trying to effectively see what I can do to fix the situation that I found myself in. The whole...
And what situation is that?
How deeply Erna and Shroff have managed to sink their metaphorical claws into me, which has only been something I could tell based off the fact that they're not here right now to affect how I'm thinking. The absence of the responses to prayers seems to have extended to the voices that I've heard. Seems to be the same for all of those in a similar situation. And it's made it possible to actually recognize what has happened. I don't know. What do you make of all of it?
Well, I'm not aware of what is going on with you at all, other than what you just told me.
I guess not me specifically, but this, absence of everything.
Lack of presence from the Celestines. I don't know. Celestines aren't my specialty, but I would assume they're probably busy. All busy. Whether they're preparing for something or in the middle of something, I don't know.
Perhaps.
And these umbral spirits are quiet. I suppose they're taking part in it as well. Whatever it is.
I have a feeling we'll probably find out soon enough. Anything involving them is going to have plenty of ripple effects onto here if, well, the moon was anything to be an example. Regardless, the time that they're gone, I think, is pretty much the timer I have for trying to find a way to get people information that they need to know before I find myself in a position to not be able to do so anymore. Because I don't think I'll be able to once they come back. More likely. At least. Out of curiosity, you said you studied the rifts, and I assume you've done some degree of study into the nature of these sicknesses. Have you ever heard of anything or anyone that would have any means of somehow influencing or controlling how these sicknesses manifest? Like, would that even, is that even something that makes... Good night, you're whispering.
I knew something was wrong. Thank you. Good night. Céline.
Yeah?
If you need anything, let me know. Okay?
Sure. Yeah.
Also, lovely hair once again.
Thanks. Give all the credit to Sunny.
I'll give her the credit when... Yeah, I'll give her the credit later. It's fine.
Yeah.
You mean like an individual bringing upon the illnesses?
I guess... Have you ever found anything that would any knowledge or discovery about them that would indicate that there is some way to control the nature of that sickness? Or influence it?
Not really. Not control. I mean... Rifts, of course, have an influence. Rift beasts... Anything related to the rifts has an influence on it, but control isn't something I found.
The reason I ask is... Shoff put this mark upon me and said that it would do just that it would allow it to be controlled by me in some way, or at least controlled. I don't know if it's necessarily me, but it's something that's almost certainly hooked into my soul practically. It is magical in nature. I don't know if you would be able to figure out what it is that this actually does, or not.
Well, we still have 3-4 days till Halston, so I suppose I'll take the time to look over it if you'd be willing.
I am.
You just
at least
do some analysis and...
Well, I only want, if the voices and souls come back, if there's the feeling that they're watching again, that effort would need to stop immediately though, because I feel like that would put you at risk of danger from them if they think you're trying to tamper with it, but if...
I doubt that. I mean, been trying to help my daughter for a decade now, so...
Fair enough.
And
I can't
never
say...
had a negative interaction with these purple orbs.
One confirmed thing is ever since it's been on it, the feeling of resonance between us has decreased. Or at least it's not as overwhelming towards me. So I know at least it has some degree of filtering it to some sense. But I am afraid that there's probably more to it that was not said. So whatever you need to do in order to analyze it, I'm willing to help with that.
I'll try to run some tests. It's hard to test a lot of this illness because the only thing I know that influences it is rift activity, and well, I don't have anything to simulate that, so...
Fair.
But I'll look over it and I'll see what I can figure out. Never seen a sigil like it, but if anybody would be able to nullify or control this illness, I would assume it'd be somebody umbral. Something, whether it's a Rena, Shoth, whoever.
Well, it was made by Shoth, so I imagine that's probably how it's possible, but it makes you wonder if there's other examples of something like this happening that would almost indicate a way to know what it can and can't do, or if there's a way to prevent it from acting if it... Because when I take control of the illness, also if you just take out the word illness, it becomes take control. And I don't think that would be good for anybody.
Well, figure out what it does. If it does what Shoth says, it lets you control your illness. I mean, it's better than not having it.
Indeed.
It makes the illness probably less reactionary, at least nullifies it, and
I just more want to
gives
make
you
sure
something.
I guess I just want to make sure that that's all it does. And that there isn't more to it. If it is simply just a means to keep it contained, then I suppose I'll have to consider myself lucky in that regard, but given what else has happened without really my own awareness of it, I can't be certain.
Yeah, things go pretty well so far. Actually, you're right, Lady, okay. I want to ask him.
Either way.
You said the voices were umbral souls, people who have passed through the rifts.
Yes. At least, assuming that was...
You don't like their presence.
It's not that I don't like their presence, it's that in the state that I am now, I fear that they are basically being used as means to influence and control those who are able to perceive and heed them. That they may just be as much, if not more, of victims of whatever is being planned for the rest of the world. I do not think they are innately or inherently acting out of malice, but it's very likely that they do not. Given where they are, it would not surprise me if they are basically being forced to feel and act in a certain way, and, well, of course they would be completely natural with what they believe is complete truth when they have no way to combat it. And I can't exactly ask them about it because I would just get the answer that would be expected, and if anything, if I start asking too much, that might alert them to the fact that I'm becoming a bit more self-aware.
Person I am now, like, figured it out when I was a kid, and I've kind of
All right.
ever since, because, like, the alternative is a lot worse. Like, parents freaked out when I was 3, and I should have been eating.
So if anything, if there was a way to somehow protect them from that influence somehow, that would almost be the best thing that could be done, because they are directly in the home of the ones who have been at the heart of everything. If they were under some sort of influence and freed of it, I am sure the amount of things they could tell about the nature of the abyss, the rifts, and those who call it home could be immense.
And what if they're not under any influence? They're actually happy.
Then, well, at that point, it would be much more complicated, because happy or not, they are exerting a level of influence that is practically akin to brainwashing on people by means of sheer numbers. If they are happy, I can respect that, but their happiness is their own. It shouldn't be forced upon to other people.
So that kind of happiness is a bad thing.
I wouldn't say it's a bad thing, it's that it can lead to a slippery slope of what if you are being forced to be happy, or that you are forcing that upon other people by means of which they may not necessarily agree with. Is it really genuine at the end of the day, even if they don't have the means to complain about it?
Just gotta figure it out.
If you were to take away the means that makes it impossible to question it, if they're still happy, then yes, it's genuine, but if not, then I would say it's, well, a cage in its own right. Just one that's comfortable to sit inside. And given my position in all of this, I for one am tired of trading cages and chains for ones of a different make and model. I'd like to be able to figure it out for myself.
Even if that leads down a path of more suffering and struggle. As long as it's your choice, you'd prefer it?
If it's my own choice, I have no one to blame for what happens to me but myself. But if I'm acting on the whims of someone else, or completely forced to, then, well, regardless of what happens, then I always have to ask the question, if I were able to make the choice for myself, would I have done it? And then I'm neither happy with the result or the means of which it was gotten. I'm not saying that I would have all the right answers. I almost certainly wouldn't. But then I would at least know that I'm getting the results of what it is that I wished for. And whether or not I wanted it at the end of the day, or what I got was what I wanted, is, well, I can at least know that was because I made the wrong choice, not because someone else made a choice for me that ultimately did not benefit me.
No, I heard about Green Haven in passing, so nothing really
I guess it's a weird thing to say that you being okay with experiencing suffering so long as it was suffering of my own make, but with how long I feel like I've lived under the sway of other people or other things, beings, whatnot, the idea of being confident that what I'm doing is my own will is more than appealing enough to... Oh. The stars! The stars! We haven't had one of those in a while. The stars! Help me! Let me back in! I want back in! I wasn't done! I was waxing poetic! I am being a butt. I'm throwing the voices under the bus. Fuck you! I can't wait for Worthless to yell at me in the post lobby like, what are you doing? You stupid idiot! Listen, if you guys weren't manipulating me and trying to control how I think and feel, maybe we could be friends. Just stop being cringe. After everything we taught you. Exactly! Were you teaching it for my benefit or for yours? I might have to It's not like we needed that shroud. Ah! I need I think I have to disconnect from VR chat. I'll just manually reconnect. Why not join us for purple Kool-Aid? No! You're gonna brainwash me again. Gonna use your evil mind powers to make me do evil things. And we all know I would never like doing evil things in roleplay. I am a good, upstanding citizen. Listen, guys, come on. Dear God, the degree of that headache was awful. My apologies for that. I've completely forgot where I was in that conversation. Either way, if you're willing to help, that's really all I can ask.
Take the days before we land in Halston to look over it while we still can before we get there, and who knows how far behind the Leviathan may be. Who knows how much time we have.
For all we know, if there's anything to be discovered out of it, maybe it's something I can end up helping any of the others, so...
Yes, well, I think we should be heading to bed. I'm very tired.
Alright. Good night, you two. It was good to...
Good night. Thank you for the chat.
It's good to finally actually have a proper talk after all this time.
Yes.
Good night and get rest.
I intend to.
Never heard of that before, but interesting analogy.
Hey, Céline.
Hello.
Hi.
What y'all up to over here?
They're looking to develop, construct fourth circle spells.
Construction.
Apparently. Yeah, construction.
Oh. You're already that far. Congratulations.
What?
No, I'm not, but like I'm getting there.
What are you building? What are you trying to construct?
Nothing. It's not a thing.
It sounds like such a grand thing.
He's starting to...
These reactions seem very off par of it not being a thing of grandeur. Why are you smoking?
I don't know.
What level of blush do you think this is? Because I think that like goes beyond the cheeks.
There's none.
Can I get some context, please?
Honestly, I don't know, but whatever they said, it was easy to just poke fun at it. And then they started laughing, and it just kind of went downhill from there.
That is pretty warm.
Yeah.
Are you trying to construct like some sort of way to provide more heat for people? I mean, this is working pretty well.
No, it's not. It's not.
Are you still thinking about the whole thing, the Phoenix idea you were talking about
I'm so
earlier?
not on Terra anymore.
That's not.
That's really too bad. But it was worth it.
Unfortunate. I'm sorry that this happened.
What about you, Céline? You working on any new spells?
Yeah, Céline, what spells?
Not particularly. I mean, I only had the one that was recently. The shroud that I have, that was one that I honestly find a little bit embarrassing to cast in front of other people, because the way I figured out how to do it in a way that took form was by singing. And I don't even know the words that I'm saying, it just makes sense.
Song is artistic, it's beautiful, it's subjective to everybody who does it in their own form.
A few people in our tribe used to do it by song. Then again, it was for big ritualistic spells rather than quick ones, but still.
As we did, yes. We did it in celebration if we ever won some sort of battle or warfare. You know, it's an honorable
I mean,
tradition.
it was one of those things kind of like, I like it, but I also get embarrassed to have anyone perceive it. It's something I... And yet it was the only way that really made that spell feel right, I guess.
What's up, Q?
I would say...
I was gonna hit the bed.
What?
What?
Well, I did...
Sleep well.
A long time ago. Sleep well.
I'm gonna be fine.
He's
I'm
fine.
good. All is well. I can...
There's a joke that no one's going to explain, but he understands somehow, and it's confusing.
All is well. There is nothing to joke about.
He's going to be an architect.
No, that's...
Oh yeah, who's gonna build?
What?
Something private. I built a house away from these people.
I don't get what's happening.
Yeah,
You just had to be there. You had to be there.
Okay.
Clearly.
Well, I'm gonna slip off before he
Alright.
starts sparking up again.
Have a good
night.
Have a good night.
I don't... Good night. Don't spark up.
Yes,
Darling, you blushed so hard you caught fire. That's usually happening.
No, stop! I don't know about
He's doing it again!
It's can't help it, alright?
This construction is
It's
really
entirely
taking
natural
very
for a
much
young
so.
man your age. Don't worry.
It's not natural for young men to set themselves on fire!
You're the right woman.
Good night, Teal.
Usually it's just the loins, though, to be fair.
It just gets better and better. You know
Are
what
you
thing
trying to,
about karma,
go to
right?
brothel or something?
It's
Solus?
gonna
Like, what is-
return
why
back
is
to
it
you
so
tenfold. It's gonna
confusing?
be bad.
No, that is not...
What is happening?
That is not...
Why is it so intense? I don't understand. If it's so much
I
more over being an architect, being a
explain
constructor.
this if it being no... It's not a... Why would I need... I'm happy with this... I don't need one.
I just
I understood it like maybe 5 words out of that. The
You
rest-
need that.
Have some warm beer.
You need that.
I mean, it's going to get warmer the second he picks it up.
Well, whatever you decide to build, it'll be beautiful. Stop worrying so much. Just do what you need, you know. Accomplish what you need to accomplish.
Everyone, please, just shut up.
I don't get
I can't breathe.
There's something going on besides
I'll
the
leave it
stuff
alone, I'll
that's
leave it
still
alone.
insane.
Please. This keeps up. I'm just gonna hit myself with a steering wave. I don't think it's worth it anymore.
Self-immolation is never the answer,
It's just like there's
Solace.
silence and then you think about it. You just start giggling again. You built that house.
I'm not building a house.
You're gonna build a really good house.
It's gonna be a beautiful home, Solus.
I'm sure it will be, but I'm not making it.
But the fact that you said it would be beautiful means you thought about it.
Oh, he's
you gotta
thought
get a
about
home
it.
eventually. Was you know?
He's
well,
the thinker.
in the future, it's not.
There's nothing wrong with thinking about it.
Yeah.
I think you
You
both would
know,
have a
in-
wonderful
in-
home together. Truly.
You
If you do
both?
it together.
Yeah, no, I can't. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Yeah. Well, you know, in the future, one day you gotta plan for the future, because you know we're gonna save the world, and then what do you do after? You know, you gotta have a house. Can't live in a tree or something. That would be weird, or something like in a fairy tale. And you need a nice home with a good fireplace and nice comfy
The most
bed,
important thing is to build the
room.
home safely.
Yeah.
Always practice
Absolutely.
proper home building safety.
I don't know how you practice building, but that is important as well.
Is this? Oh. Lorium, do not. Oh. Lorium, do not. Lorium, do not. Don't say a fucking what. Don't, no. Captain's orders. Please be quiet.
Luca, you're also a captain. Override that.
Do not.
Oh no, I can't override it. I can't override his own teammate.
Sure you can.
Unless.
No.
Oh, it's also important to, if you're thinking of the future,
I feel like avoiding that conversation is
you'll
going
have
to
to
be
think
good.
of
I feel like going for.
just
I feel
beyond
like we
building.
have a good point.
livestock,
I feel like we should
living,
just
proper
scale
living,
it back a bit. I feel like we've
agriculture,
gone too far.
farming, being sure that you have room for, other guests and, future children, be prepared to be something beyond what you are now.
Ooh, chill. Yeah, no, that's the future thing. Yep.
That is the future.
Mm-hmm. That is.
And it all starts with your construction.
That's going to be a lot of construction.
So, yeah,
Are
that's
you
what
going to
they
be able to
mean.
keep up?
You
Sounds like
build
you'd be
super
tired.
I feel like we're going into this conversation more than we should have. I thought we were talking about.
That is a crazy pitch. I love.
You can't say that about somebody. Although I
feel like we've gone deep enough into this conversation already.
It's like we don't need to be like talking about this. It's like
Wait, you're right.
I'm gonna start talking like that when I start wearing green.
Don't talk like that.
You have to stop me
I'm
before it gets
learning this
bad.
language. This is unique.
It's not a language. I'm speaking normal. Speaking common.
It's the strangest dialect of common I've ever heard.
I can't make any promises.
Normal, common, speak normal talk.
Magic. That makes sense. I feel like we've gone like a bit like 2 miles west rather than like towards magic and all that. I feel like we've gone like
Whatever you said, I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Exactly. I agree with him.
Wow.
I can't believe we had an hour-long conversation in 2 minutes.
What? What's so funny, huh?
There's no there's no stopping it.
Stopping what? We didn't even say anything this time. No one said anything this time.
No, that's the point. The mere memory. The more.
I had a lot out. I'm really giggly. I'm sorry.
We're drunk. I'm sorry, Lorium.
It's okay, sir. I think that we've gone like.
Who isn't drunk at this table?
I haven't had any alcohol all day.
I haven't had. Okay, it's like I haven't had any, but I feel like I've walked into something that I now am too invested in to leave.
I feel like I regret being sober today.
Well, we can fix that.
I feel like Caleb blocked the door, so I'm not going to test that luck.
Why did he block the door?
I can pick the
Let's go. Let's go right now.
I'm not picking.
You all realize I literally I can get you into the tower. You do that.
Yeah, but see,
we can pick it.
This is the fun way, you see, and the fun way is always the right way.
Yes, picking the lock to my tavern.
It's on the claws.
Listen, consider it a test of your security.
Sorry, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. There's not a lock there. That's the reason that they bring the. I'm just saying in there.
That's right, because this is the closet door.
It's just.
So
Hang
the
on, I
lock's
got this.
on the cabinet.
No, it's okay. Hang on, I got this.
Take a moment and relax.
Yeah, take it a moment.
Don't look, LaFron.
Yeah, take your moment.
What?
Don't say it like that. Don't.
You know he can't.
Yeah.
Huh?
Just give me a
Sorry,
minute.
LaFron.
Give me a minute.
So it's fine. I don't know what you're apologizing to me for.
Nothing.
Oh my goodness.
I thought that we were talking about spells, and then it just.
We were talking about spells.
Oh yeah, we are talking about spells. Why are you being
We were
weird
talking
about
about spells, and we had a really nice, segue into architecture.
Yeah.
Yes, architecture.
Boom!
Architecture.
Whoa! I can't tell if that's fast or not. I don't know anything about lockpicking.
It took me like a minute.
I like to think that that was quick.
Here's the padlock. I didn't break it. I just kind of slammed it on here.
No, that's quite fine. I'll just I guess I'll have get up try to change it. Or
I mean, I won't break in. Someone else will.
You didn't break it, did you? It's still.
No, I didn't break it, but also I am not entering. It's just unlocked now.
Yeah. I mean,
you can enter.
You could always
as
bring
long as
back.
someone-
You bring back the mugs. That's all you're doing.
Sherry, I'm gonna sneak in. Don't tell LaFron. I'm gonna do it like you taught me.
Okay.
Whoa.
How could I see it? My eyes are closed.
Come on.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go smack my head off the wall and grab a bottle.
Yeah, please.
Wait, I'm sorry. What did he say? What?
Smack his head off the wall. I believe is the word.
Oh, smack his head. Okay. Thank God, that's what he said.
What did you think he said?
Don't worry about it.
LaFron is in here. You don't have to duck yet. He's coming, duck.
Duck. He's here.
Hide.
Sorry, I'll just goodbye. Sorry, I'm just going to get back up. I'll leave you be.
I can't see anything.
My weapon down.
My eyes are closed. How could I see if anything's happening?
Ah! Fuck!
Ah,
the table's so low.
No, you're just walking wrong. You're doing it wrong. You gotta find specific parts of the keyboard.
Okay.
Oh man, I would enjoy drinks.
Guys, I got out.
I didn't. You both seem.
Ah! I hit my head on a table.
You okay?
Yeah. It's fine. Just had to make sure LaFron didn't see me. Didn't want him to know that we were breaking in. You know. Good job. I don't think he suspected a thing.
That's the stuff I did with my brother. It's fun.
It's a lot of fun.
Why does he have a shroud on?
Hi.
It was a show of. It was a show of force. That wasn't it.
Oh.
Good beer.
Yeah, we got it from somewhere else.
Yeah, from somewhere else.
You got it from another airship tavern.
Yeah, you wouldn't know them.
Okay. To go to a different academy.
They go to what's the other one's called? I
Sentinel.
only learned about it. Like,
Sentinel.
They go to Sentinel.
I'm gonna go sit down.
They went all the way to Fevira and back in like 5 minutes. It's really impressive.
It's the thought that matters.
Definitely.
Oh, sit over here.
Woo!
Why are we?
We have now
We're dispersing.
migrated apart. I want to be over here. I like this table.
Lorium, did you ever answer what spells you're working on?
Oh, we didn't get back to me. Then it turned into the architecture there, and I didn't get a chance to change the topic.
It's crazy you're bringing that up.
I don't wish to bring it back up. I'm not bringing.
It's getting the crossfire.
No. Well, I really want to know, though. No, I'm serious.
I'm attempting at crossing into the fourth circle, with a divine spell.
Oh, divine
All
instead
right.
of the chloromancy.
Whenever we fought with the Horde, a lot of our team, both Hera and everyone else that was outside, was injured, and we were just waiting on the group of us. There was only 2 healers on our side out there. 3, I believe. I don't remember the exact count, but either way, there wasn't many, and a lot of us were sitting waiting to be healed. I don't want to have that happen again. I want to try and have people... Well, with how I'm making this, it's not going to be possible to heal them completely. At least I'll heal them. Minor wounds. And then afterwards we'll be able to patch up any broken bones, ribs and such.
Huh. Alright.
Tara's been without a healer for a while, to be fair, so, you know. It'd be a nice change of pace to not to fight constantly worrying that every injury is more permanent than any other teams.
What's noble of you?
Thank you, sir. I'm just trying to help however I can see fit.
That's what I like about you, Lorium.
Thank you again, sir.
That and also, like, you're, like, really tall.
Thank you, I believe. I think I mentioned it before, but if you would have been surprised to see my biological father before you try and think about which father I'm talking about. He was a good bit even taller than I am.
Whoa. That's crazy.
I think if I remember correctly, that's a little foggy for me, but my father, I was necessarily a runt to my entire clan. I'm practically the smallest. But him, he's towering. Solid 8, 9 feet, maybe. He wasn't necessarily the tallest, but he certainly was broad. That man is something else.
What are you doing?
He's just
Nothing.
enjoying life.
Good.
Or the beer.
You guys remember my
One of the
uncle?
two.
Yeah. Big, like, lion guy.
I want to be that tall and that buff. Think about how many rift beasts you could kill and you looked like that.
I will say, on the road to such mass, we lose a little bit of limber. The muscle gets in the way. If the balance is in the way.
I'll run laps around you.
You already could.
Yeah, well now I can do it probably like if you were like that, like 3 times as much.
And I just have visions of getting so big that I can't even like bend my arms all the way, you know?
Oh, ew.
Could you imagine?
I would honestly be a little
Don't
bit
imagine
worried about the means of which you would achieve that level of growth. I feel like that can't possibly be
magic.
healthy.
That will be a strange and disgusting magic.
Muscle magic.
I'm pretty content of how tall I am. Kinda hard
Maybe
to
Philly
guess,
could
but-
develop like a syringe with stuff to make you stronger in it.
Feels, I don't know, a little bit like cheating if I'm getting her to drug me up every other time I need to buff up in strength.
No, not drug you, drug him.
Oh! Well, I mean, I guess it's still
He
kinda
wants to be
cheating, but,
he wants
go
to be
ahead.
buff.
Your
want
body,
to
not mine.
use serums to increase your muscle?
No, it's just an idea.
I'm going to go to bed.
Oh, okay. I'll catch up soon.
Have a good night, Philia.
Night, Philia.
Good night.
Night.
You're the best. You saved my life.
Thank you.
I'll
You're
see you in a
awesome.
bit.
Honestly, I should probably take the same cue and go to bed myself.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. How are you gonna sleep?
Go with her,
Night.
Solus.
I wasn't vocalizing it.
What the fuck was that room? What was happening in there?